Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The High Court has suspended the decision by the Kenya National Examinations Council to administer the media series of the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exam. The July exam was set targeting repeating candidates who wished to improve their previous grades, where they would be categorized as full repeaters sitting 7 or more subjects or partial repeaters sitting less than 7 subjects. The court, however, temporarily halted the process after Nakuru-based Dr. Magare Gikenyi filed a petition challenging the move, citing a lack of public participation. In his petition, Dr. Gikenyi argued that there is no evidence to suggest that stakeholders or the public were involved in the decision-making process. The petition came just 3 days after NEC announced the opening of registration for potential candidates from January 26th to February 21st for the mid-year exam. This event comes as some counties such as Embu had recorded a registration of up to 150 people who were willing to resit the NEC exams. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority has stated that it lacks the capacity to investigate cases of abduction in the country, which are widely believed to be carried out by police units. IPOA chairperson Ahmed Isaac explained that although Kenyans suspect the police are behind this abductions, the IG has denied any officer's involvement.
We are going to go back to Parliament, meet with the Committee on Administration of Justice and National Security, and get them to give us more funding to allow us to. In the last budget, they wanted to employ 23 staff, 23 additional staff, and in the last budget it was cut off. They were denied. Yet the police may recruit now 10,000 more. So you please try and put those numbers against each other and see for yourself. I want to actually say that the staff that we have are very professional and very competent, but they have worked, and we need to give them more support.
However, IPOA CEO Elema Halakia noted that since the abductions began, the authority has attempted to establish a possible link between the police and these disappearances. He reiterated that as long as the police maintain their stance that they are not involved, IPOA is unable to launch a formal investigation.
At this point, we can't be able to say the police are involved or the police are not involved. The investigations are ongoing. As you are aware, this is a matter which is also being canvassed in court, and we have already clearly went even to court and presented the preliminary findings from our investigations. So that is the point we want to clarify, that is a matter which is ongoing, is work in progress in terms of investigation, and we'll be able to give a conclusive position upon finalization of those investigations.
The president of the Democratic of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, has skipped a virtual crisis extraordinary meeting of East Africa heads of state chaired by President William Ruto. The humanitarian agencies in the war-hit eastern province bordering Rwanda warned that the situation is quickly deteriorating after 13 South African peacekeepers under the South African Development Community were killed during a heavy confrontation between the M23 rebels against armed forces of the DRC and SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The United Nations has welcomed an exemption for its emergency AIDS relief program from the United States foreign aid funding freeze, saying it would restore hope to millions living with HIV. The United Nations UNAIDS agency said more than 20 million people living with HIV, two-thirds of all the people living with HIV receiving treatment globally, were directly supported by PEPFAR. Calling PEPFAR the world's leading HIV initiative, it said the decision would allow people to keep accessing US-funded HIV treatment in 55 countries. On returning to office last week, US President Donald Trump signed an order temporarily suspending foreign aid programs for 90 days pending reviews of their funding. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop, your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Are you ready to become Kenya's next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best and walk away with over 1 million Kenyan shillings in grand prizes? Auditions are open for Kenya Star Search on Saturday 1st of February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by Skiza, Techno Kenya, Sunlink, Wairimu Kenya, and Boomplay.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Judiciary is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Judiciary combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Good morning. Quick look at what's happening with traffic this morning as we get into Thursday. Most of your streets not having too much of an issue. A bit of a drizzle over Nairobi and different parts of the country, so we know that's going to slow folks down. We're here for it to see what's going to happen. If you're coming in from Jogo Road, you're not looking too bad, at least for now. You're going to get through on the Thika Superhighway all the way into the CBD. Not a problem here. Also, as you're coming off of the Eastern Bypass, we're already seeing signs that traffic will start to build here, coming in all the way from the Rye Interchange and that bypass. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this morning, and you're going to help us out, aren't you? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing? I was just trying to arrange myself because you know how it is. Hello? Am I here on Earth alone? Did the rapture happen and they left me behind?
Well, if it did, you'd be the first one.
To do what?
To be raptured.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because you know I'm holy. And
you would know.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you and the Pope.
You've heard, the two of us. You guys, I don't know. Now might be the time to live out your salvation with fear and trembling.
Have you ever read the second verse that follows that one? It says, "For God is the one who makes you to work out
your salvation with fear and trembling."
Yes, so it doesn't mean you do it. It means God does it for you.
You just have to tell him, "Hey man, Maze, I need help here. Yeah. Let's do this thing together."
Kwanza kwa history inaitwa budget.
Where?
Saidia sana.
Where? Where? How are you this morning? I'm still looking for my things. Can you see me operating like somebody who didn't know that she was coming to work today? Just don't worry. Be happy.
City is patient.
Vipi City?
Fiti.
Uko salama?
Maridadi kabisa.
Jana ilikuwaje?
Yesterday was good. I went for a memorial service at the home of the friend I mentioned you had passed away.
Yeah.
And it was well attended and it was good.
That's good.
Yes, he died of liver cancer.
Oh, wow.
By the time he got to India, they determined he had stage 4 liver cancer. So...
Not fun.
As I said, the thing that happens to you when somebody whom you are in... This fellow was not just my schoolmate in Yemen, he was my classmate. Your own mortality stares at you directly.
Yes.
And we were counting the number of classmates we have lost. Because I was sitting together with the group of individuals that I started from 1 with.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the number of people we've lost and we're saying, hey, it looks like we are going.
It's a funny way of putting it.
It's not morbidity. It's just the need to understand. Because when you're young, death is very, very far away. Very far away. You get older, it becomes an ever-present reality, something you realize must happen. And you need to understand that because it's an eventuality that must happen, it behoves you to prepare.
I hear you on that.
Those who are above the age of 40, please ensure that you go for medical checkups at least once a year. Go and get checked thoroughly so that you know exactly the condition
that you're in.
Yes.
That's true.
And it's interesting, later on we have actually a discussion on health. And as you know, I'm diabetic, was in hospital the other day. And it is so critical. Your growth hormone stops being produced at the age of 30.
Yes.
So from the age of 30, you're biologically becoming old. Right? And then what we are not prepared for, they tell us about financial planning, they tell you about career planning, family planning even. But no one tells you to plan for your health for the long term.
Yep.
Yeah, and then suddenly you hit the age of 40, you start getting high blood pressure. Suddenly you can't do the things you used to do, and you still want to smoke, drink, and party, and go to work at 6 o'clock in the morning, as though your liver can still bounce back. Guys, age is real.
It's true. Things to watch out for, definitely. And I don't think we can take it lightly. It must be taken quite seriously. Well, here we are on the 30th of January. January is, coming to an end. We see you February. And this Thursday, we get into the first Friday of the week, as it were. Kenya's Biggest Conversation starts now. And let me tell you some of the conversations that we will be having today. What we're going to do today is, in this hour, have a conversation about DR Congo. We will do that. Goma, M23, Shikedi, and Kagame, William Ruto, wanting to have conversations, but that's not seeming to work right now. We'll look into the whole issue, and we'll do that from 6:30 this morning. 7 o'clock today, we will have a conversation around... excuse me, 7 o'clock we will have a conversation, and that will be around the health sector. Healthcare doesn't drive you to poverty, and here's why. Or rather, it shouldn't drive you to poverty, and here's why. We'll be talking about that with Sylvester Owuma, who's a general manager retail and SME business with Jubilee Health Insurance. So we'll look at that conversation at 7. And then at 8 o'clock we will have a conversation with the now new spokesman of the Judiciary and Deputy Chief Registrar. It's one person, the Honourable Paul Ndemo, will join us on Judiciary Dialogue Day, conversations with the consumers of justice in terms of what's happening with the judiciary, what to expect, some of the big conversations that are in the limelight right now. We'll be talking about those at 8. And then finally at 9 a.m. we will talk with Joseph Mbidi Musiemi, who's a KCB Foundation Tujejiri program participant, and we'll walk through his journey with him for a brief while and see how that will go. So those are some of the things that we will be discussing this morning, and thank you of course for always being here with us as we do. So let us take a quick look later with what's happening with weather and traffic, but for now let's say hello to you. We know that there's some people who are online already. Our live stream streams are up. Sindo, yes, on YouTube and on Facebook and on X as well. So let us greet you properly, shall we? Already clicking in this morning, saying hello to Benedito. Good morning from Doha, my good people. Happy to be here in the Situation Room for the biggest conversation. There's some of you who've never tuned in before. Shout out and let us know where you're tuned in and where you're clicked in from, and so we can say a big warm Situation Room hello to you. Thank you. In Malawi we say Zikomo, Ndu City and Mark for a good work. Asante Sana. Zikomo, I'm assuming is something good. Rosalind, we see you. Good morning. Josephat Mose, also good morning to you. H. Mwangi, good people, greetings from down under. CT, on your way to visit your sister, pass by for a cuppa.
Who says that?
Anthony.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, it's not Anthony. I just... what happened? Did my finger do the thing?
Yes, it did.
I have to find it because now it's bothering me. No, it's Mwangi. Mwangi says on the way you must pass by when you're going to visit your sister. Sawa.
Okay.
And Gore is in The Hague. Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense. And for the longest time you've been in Trans-Nzoia, you must explain to us how you got to The Hague. I mean, I'm sure you flew, but what did you do? Why are you there? And you say it's chilly. It's a chilly morning. It's 4 a.m. Yes, you're 2 hours.
You do realize, that The Hague is not just one court. Like you can go to The Hague as a tourist.
That's why I'm asking her to tell us how, because she's always been greeting us from Trans-Nzoia. We know these details, so tell us.
Maybe there's a place in Trans-Nzoia called Hague.
It is very possible as well. But now Trans-Nzoia is not 2 hours behind Nairobi.
How do you know?
I was going to say something, but allow me to reserve my comments. Collins Kimei, we see you. Good morning. Good morning from Doha. Yes, we see you, Benedito. Irene, good morning to you. CT, kofia yako ni A1, A+.
Thank you.
Watu wanasema poleni sana for the loss of your friend, CT. Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana. Pia sisi tunakupenda sana, Carol. Greetings from Dubai. Someone is benefiting from this DRC quagmire. Look, let me tell you something, you guys. We're going to get into it real quick, but true. Yep. The business of conflict is lucrative for many people, okay? That we cannot run away from. Irene anasema anatupenda. Bas, tunakupenda pia. Uncle Sam is responsible for the turmoil in DRC. Is he? Good morning from Doha. Many people are in Doha this morning. Abid Abdallah, good morning to you. Pamoja forever. We like to hear it. Thank you so much. Rose Grace is also tuned in, as well as Omar Ibrahim tuned in this morning. Kamande Wanyoike, good morning from Mzanzi. Good morning to you. Newton says also good morning. Dr. Peters tuned in from the land of Trump. How about that?
Trumpistan,
exactly. David says good morning, CT Indu and Bichachi. And Bwangi Juma says good morning, SpiceFM. Can a river give salt and fresh water? There actually is a phenomenon. I'm not sure. There are quite a number whereby it's been studied, where there's part of it that's salty, part of it that's fresh. So I mean, it's possible, very, very possible. CT Papdi asked me to ask you about if you're aware of something, but I'll ask you later, okay? But Papti wants to know something, and so we'll find that out. Guys, we see all of you. Anne Gore says she's a tourist at The Hague benchmarking flower farming. We have better flowers in Saboti, she says. She's been able to see and already compare. True. So she's on a tourist mission. Bring us back a tulip or two, won't you, Anne? Everybody, thank you so much for being here every morning. We see you all trickling in. Don't stop. Keep coming in as we get into these conversations this morning. All right, CT, today's proverb.
Yes, did you know that Tanzania is, that landmass we refer to as Tanzania, is one of the oldest continuously inhabited places on Earth?
Yes.
Coldest uninhabited?
No.
Longest.
Oldest. Continuously inhabited. Meaning, people may move, yes, but people were always there. There are places where people sort of like disappear.
Yeah.
And then they appear.
Yeah.
Tanzania is not one of them.
People have just always been around here.
Yes. An empty sack cannot stand. A full sack cannot bend.
This is very true.
Well, the physics works, right? The center of gravity and everything like that. But I think, and I'll take it from a self-esteem perspective. If you are confident, you cannot fall. If you've got content and understanding, you cannot fall. But if you're vacuous, empty, you fall.
This is
for
true.
Everything.
Dun, 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 dun. Yep.
You know, the thing about Proverbs, which is always fascinating, is just the diversity of ways in which a proverb can be interpreted. It's always very, very fascinating.
It's true.
Yes.
What's your backbone like? Yeah.
Is it rubbery?
Are you going to fall over like a sack that has nothing in it?
Is it
Are you
pliable?
going to stand?
Is it stiff?
Yeah. Huh. Very interesting. Oh, Irene, now I get it. You're trying to call my name. Though, it's actually Ndu. I don't think my name, I think my name, ever since I've come here, has the most variations ever.
Yeah. And is it your full name?
No, it's not.
Yeah, because I can never pronounce a Nigerian full name.
Yeah. So my name is actually Ndu, not Do. Do, Adia, not that one. And I know I can understand that it's difficult for some people to pronounce it, but this has to be one of the best I've seen in a long time. So it's Ndu, Ndu, not DOH or.
I'm Okoh na do.
Where?
Okoh na mado.
So it's Ndu. Ndu short for Eziokubundu. But we'll do that another day because it's going to take a long time to explain to anybody, yeah? All right. Let's take a few minutes to look into the headlines today because we want to have the DRC conversation when we come back from a break. And let me start on the standard, shall I? Ruto's DRC acid test. The crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo is simmering with doomsayers predicting war in the region that will pose a stern leadership test. President William Ruto yesterday was to chair a meeting of key players that was met with murmurs over his approach. The next few days will be critical to restoring peace in the mineral-rich country and region. Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, said, I had a conversation with Secretary Rubio on the need to ensure a ceasefire in eastern DRC and address the root causes of the conflict once and for all. President Ruto says, we have agreed to have a meeting on Wednesday to discuss this crisis. Yesterday was Wednesday. Both Tshisekedi and Kagame have confirmed their attendance. Well, interestingly enough, the ACP announcement came and said that the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, will not participate in the virtual summit of heads of state. Many are using words like snubbed for the SADC. Snubbed because not available because he had previous arrangements and it was a clash of schedules. But okay, let's see how that all turns out. We'll be looking more deeply into this later. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta was behind a podium yesterday and he had a microphone. And he said things. One of the things he said was, you guys, Trump policy is a wake-up call. He said, former President Uhuru Kenyatta has chided African countries for crying foul over withheld funding, saying, had they prioritized their budgets, they would not be shocked when the US refuses to fund some of Africa's basic needs, such as healthcare. Noting it's America's right to say no. It's their money, after all. They can do whatever they want with it. How can you just be crying everywhere saying that you don't have now because you didn't prioritize what you were supposed to do in the first place?
You know, I like this quote. It says, why are you crying? It is not your government. It is not your country. You don't pay taxes in America. This is a wake-up call. I think he was listening to our show yesterday.
I think so. I think so. I think they were listening because it's like, what are we doing? Why are we crying? Guys, fix your things.
Yeah.
D-Day for police in baby Pendo case. It's been years. Remember this child that was killed by, many would say, a stray bullet? The baby was in the balcony and the stray bullet took the life of this child while this violence, running battles, whatever you want to call it, was going on. And so we'll look into that. Governors reject new revenue formula. They said 12 billion shillings you want to remove from us. Not going to happen. KRA needs 8 billion daily to hit revenue target by July. Well, I can tell you where you can get 2 billion. Let me look into the details of the... Why do I have two standards? Do you have two nations?
I have two nations, yes.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
you can have my nation. I'll bring your standard.
Thanks. Or the other way?
Yes.
Okay. Can I go over the headlines in the nation quick? Scandal of doctored census data. Now, this is just crazy.
Yes.
Because what?
But guess what? We all know where.
We know.
Yes.
For the past 5 years, Kenya has been making financial and policy decisions in 3 counties, Garissa, Mandera, and Wajir, based on false data. Isn't that fun?
False.
The High Court has now cancelled the 2019 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics census results for the 3 northeastern counties, citing significant irregularities, and ordered a recount within a year, well ahead of the 2027 polls.
Oh.
Yeah.
I told you we all know where.
Fun stuff.
Yeah.
It's good. It's great.
Yes.
It's nice.
Buona sifiwe.
Amina. We bless the name of the Lord. He has done it for us. Because everything you've done since 2019 has been based on I can never say that word.
Empirically false data.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And we're very happy. If the High Court did not even come in and say, they just continue doing nonsense.
Yes.
But okay, why not? Kindiki tells off Gachagua and says, you're telling us we're only going to be there for one term. Stop it, essentially is what he said. And then he said, you know what? We're going to Mount Kenya. We're going to tell everybody that it's us, not you. Sawa. Devolution. Governors reject new revenue sharing plan. Yeah, they said this 12 billion that you want to take is not going to happen. So now, remember how the ministry had said that in July, you can take the KCSC again if for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Somebody went to court and said, excuse me, what? A petition filed against the Kenya National Examination Council argues that the decision to administer the exam violates students' rights and was reached without proper public what? Participation. Tshisekedi snubs Ruto meeting for SADC Forum. Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi snubbed a meeting convened by President William Ruto to discuss the security crisis in his country, but confirmed attendance of a separate meeting convened by Southern African countries, putting into doubt his commitment to the East African Community bloc. Is it possible? Is it possible at all, that perhaps maybe the SADC meeting had already been in place before President Ruto's call?
Not only that, I've listened to what you've read, and that conclusion, man,
we've really gone to home run.
You know, it's so interesting that conclusion is so speculative and ignorant of recent happenings that would better explain why Tshisekedi didn't appear.
Can we remember that Tshisekedi is actually the president of DR Congo? He is the president.
Yes.
And he was elected.
And he lives there.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But remember when he won his first term, you need to be reminded who from Kenya attended.
Who from Kenya attended?
One Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and one Raila Amolo Odinga. And they were very buddy. And that's how they entered the EAC. Now, if you want to understand the dynamics of all this, come back in a few minutes. I think we're going deeper. I'm trying to introduce suspense. Did it work?
I can see you needed to have done.
No. What he's doing, he wants to provide a speculation that is more speculative than the one we're talking about.
That is more informed.
That is more speculative.
That is more informed.
That is more speculative.
I shall elucidate it.
Good. I will be happy to hear you transmogrify it.
Wow.
Yes.
Transmogrify. It sounds like something that comes out of a gun.
It will be apocalyptic.
Hey, where?
Apocalypse means revelation.
I know what it means.
It will be revelatory.
But the gymnastics that are being done with vocabulary this morning, you see, they can take a break kidogo while CT tells us the headlines on the Star.
Top right-hand corner in teal green, key lesson from Kenya for Kenyans from 90-year-old Holocaust survivor. This story is on page 2, and it's about a certain gentleman, a 90-year-old Lionel Fliss, who was 6 years old in 1941 and was living with his parents in Romania. He tells the tale of his family, how it is German soldiers came into there when they were sacking and looking for Jews, and what it is that happened to him.
Yeah.
Lessons to be learned. The lesson is this. When you allow even the slightest flicker of hatred and segregation and profiling to occur, it then opens the door for the horrors that were represented by the Holocaust. It starts off as small and you ignore it. It's something we must be very careful about. We saw it happening just neighboring Rwanda here the other day. We saw it.
Yeah.
Right. Sarah's remanded DPP to oppose release on bail. What am I talking about? We're talking about Sarah Wairimu Cohen, okay? This is the case of the Dutchman Toby Cohen, and he was found dead. Horrible place.
Yeah.
Anyway, She has been remanded at Langata Women's Prisons, but she has denied the charges.
Yeah.
Kindiki hits back at Gachagua over Ruto term remarks. When will it dawn on these politicians? The more you comment on something, the more you give it legs, and in cases the more you give it wings.
Why can't we sometimes just embrace this phenomenon of shut up?
Or a divergence of opinions that don't necessarily require a response.
Yes.
Anyway, there are things they know which we don't know. That is how
it's true.
Yes. Baby Pendo case failed to take off for the 5th time. You know, this one sets a precedent that many people would be afraid of.
True.
Given the nature of the case and given what it portends. Bang in the middle of the paper, this quiet president has directed retirees' terms should not be extended. Listen very carefully what I'm about to read. Ruto planning to dismiss 15 PSs in major shuffle. Hiring process overshadowed by talks of applicants aged over 60.
Oh, the applicants who are over 60.
Yes.
Is a problem?
Hiring process overshadowed by talks of applicant. It appears that when you're over 60, you should not apply for this.
Okay.
Sawa.
Sawa, bas.
I have understood what I have just read. The Business Daily, global economists forecast rebound in Kenya's growth. Okay, a group of global economists sees Kenya economy expanding more than 5% in 2025. Yeah, we hear these figures. Sorry, global economists. If we cannot afford to live, you can forecast even 100% if you want.
If you like.
Yes,
no
yeah, that's fine. You stay with your forecast. Kenya Power, Kenya Railway lead in hiring casual workers. Okay, this one is straightforward. Okay. These two organizations account for 80.3% of all the 84,600 people hired in the government last year. Okay? But as casual workers.
Yes.
But remember, when you're hired, you're paid. Yeah. So those people got employed. At least some people in Kenya got employed and they got money. CMA stopped from punishing Imperial Bank ex-directors. That's Capital Markets Authority. Tribunal has halted enforcement proceedings on 8 former directors of collapsed Imperial Bank suspected of fraud. Okay?
You know, my last gig was at the Capital Markets Authority, so I'm quite aware of that story. The problem is that the tribunal, when it finds you guilty and it's at the point of punishment, it is actually in the process of the court of law. So it's not a suspicion. Because what has been stopped is the punishment. You're only punished if you've been found guilty.
Okay. Yeah, there's some 2 billion here, which sort of like didn't find where it was supposed to go.
Yes.
So perhaps they're still looking for it, and they haven't determined where it is exactly.
It's stinky 2 billion missing.
No, there's 2 billion a long time ago.
Yeah.
And in current terms, it would be many, many more billions.
Yeah.
All right. Share of foreigners trading in NSC down to 35% in December. We were told it went up. Now it has suddenly gone down. Okay. You just keep moving. It is okay.
What goes up must come down.
What goes up must come down.
Yep.
But in this country, what goes down must continue going down. Lending rates decline. See what I told you? 5 months after CBK cut rate. It's declining. We were told about it. Bank stayed right there. Now, it has gone down. So we will see whether it has actually gone down.
We will indeed.
This is reporting. Small firms face fines, bank freeze over secret owners. Banks have begun sending emails to traders seeking personal details of owners, meaning I registered business. But I assumed you know who the owners are. Well, anyway.
No, in fact, how did you get a bank account without determining the owners and the signatories?
I mean, they are signatories. Signatories are the owners. Or is there a difference here?
And you have to provide your CR12 to the bank.
Yes, and there's something called PIN also, which you're supposed to provide. Yes. And PIN is not destination with Uber.
It's personal identification number. And you don't drop it.
Enough.
Just one. Just one.
Me, I'm already
Think pay slips, high loan costs, drive Kenyans off car purchase.
All right. So.
Let's take a look at weather and traffic, and then we'll come back and we'll take a look into DR Congo proper. Sawa, it's 25 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, cloudy conditions. Nairobi, at 16 degrees. It's 14 and light showers in Nakuru. 16 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri, while at 14 it's mostly cloudy in Eldoret. We're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 24 and a partly sunny Malindi at 25. 19 and cloudy in Kisumu, at 18 and cloudy in Kakamega. Into Kampala it's 19 and clear with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is cloudy, going to highs of 32. And into Johannesburg, 17 and clear. Johannesburg, 17 and clear, going to highs of 30. Mogadishu at 24 is cloudy, while Addis Ababa at 12 is cloudy as well. Lagos is clear at 26, while Kinshasa at 25 is mostly clear. -4, partly sunny in Beijing, 6 degrees and cloudy in Paris, and 5 degrees and cloudy in London. 2 degrees and mostly clear in New York.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
All right, so at 24 minutes to 7 o'clock, we're going to take a look into focus on what's happening in DR Congo. Okay, so let's give a few details just in terms of information, and then we can look into the intrigues of it with the most recent calls for President Felix Tshisekedi to join a meeting of East African heads and other players, and him being at the SADC meeting. So let's start this off that in M23, we've heard this, M23 all over the place. What does it mean? Well, M23 is what they're calling a rebel group. A rebel group, and it's led mainly by what many are saying is the Tutsi tribe that left Rwanda a while ago, right? So they form the major part of this group. They're named M23 because March 23rd, 2008, there was an agreement between then Congo government and this movement, and that happened on the 23rd of March. So now you can see why M23 is called that. Now, they are fighting for equal resources in DR Congo, and specifically the eastern part of the nation. And they're saying... so essentially what they said is, look, we have to have this equal distribution of resources across the country. But they felt as though the eastern part of the country had been oftentimes neglected. Now, they're being accused of being funded. Well, like now we said, it's not just an accusation, but it has been put out there quite often that they were funded by Rwanda and supported by Rwanda significantly because they are mainly of the Tutsi descent from Rwanda. Now, when we look into the details of that, it's been years and years of the same thing over and over again. And we got to the point now whereby through all of this, the main issue is that M23 has been fighting for the equal distribution of resources across DR Congo, and they feel as though the government has been neglective of them. And this is what in most cases has caused the conflict. Most recently, we see that what they're fighting against now is foreign interference when it comes to these resources, which they are. It's not even questionable that they are inherently the owners of. Congolese are the owners of Congolese resources.
Yes.
Okay? So they feel as though there has been foreign interference in as far as how the distribution of these resources is made, number one, and how the talks towards peace have also been made. So the most recent clashes that we saw in what is being now called the fall of Goma is that they said, now you're bringing everybody into this conversation, and it was supposed to be between us and you, and we wanted something very simple, and that has not happened. So they said, you know what, burn it to hell, essentially is what they said. And we're still willing to talk, but we are not going to talk with people from outside. We're going to talk to you who we had an agreement with 16 years ago, and that has not happened, and that is where we are today. Go.
Well, I promised an apocalypse. 19th December 2023, the BBC reports the launch of a Congolese rebel alliance in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, has rattled diplomatic relations between the Democratic Republic of Kenya, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Kenya. Right? And the Congolese promptly withdrew their diplomats out of Kenya and Tanzania, which is the EAC headquarters. That's number one. Number two, Rwanda has been praised for significant economic growth. Now, if you've learned anything about military conflict, when people say that Rwanda supports M23, the question you must ask is, what does Rwanda get? Now, the story is and goes that this foreign interference that people are talking about is that various countries, presidents, and individuals have used the rebellions in Eastern Congo to illegally get resources out of the Congo. Now, you remember there was a time that a Congolese president landed in Kenya looking for his gold. Okay? When you look at all of these things in perspective, you understand that it is not that Eastern Congo has been ignored. It is because when you try to even build a road in Eastern Congo, you are faced with huge cartels in the timber industry, in the gold industry, in the diamond industry, and every industry in between. Felix Tshisekedi, in his campaign, stated that he would start an armed struggle against Congo. So all that backdrop needs to be put into perspective when people talk about Tshisekedi snubbing the meeting by the EAC. I hope I've put context to my promise.
Context you have. Were there problems with this region of North Kivu before Kagame became president of Rwanda?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, they were.
Of course.
Okay. So, how far back into history do we need to go to find out?
Problems with the Congo? King Leopold.
Right. Let's bring it forward to the time when Habyarimana was president. Did we have problems in North Kivu?
Yes.
We did.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at the problems that Rwanda has had, go back to 64, go back to the 60s. The problems that were later to escalate in 1994 had begun much, much earlier.
Yes.
This was just a new wave and far, far more vicious. I am bringing the perspective of context. You cannot look at the problem in northern Kivu without looking at what it is that has evolved in Rwanda over from the time of the early 60s.
True.
You have to go that far back.
They're well connected, that is true.
Yes. And once you understand that, then you will understand why it is that you are told that M23 is a Congolese Tutsi-led, some call it rebels, some call it
movement.
Yes. But they say they are Congolese Tutsi.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, someone may find this to be strange. In East and Central Africa, it is not strange.
It's not.
If you go to Tanzania and you are talking about the area that borders, okay, the province where you find Arusha. On the Kenyan side, you'll find the Maasai community. On the Tanzanian side, you'll find the Maasai community. And that story goes on.
In fact, there's a significant Luo population in Tanzania as well.
Oh, yes, there is. And they are not Kenyans who are in Tanzania. No. They are Tanzanians. Okay? If you go to Busia, and there's a community called the Samia, okay? In Kenya, you find them in Busia. If you go across the border, there is a significant group. If you're in Migori County, and you talk about the Kuria. If you are in Kenya, you will find the Kuria. If you go across the border, there are Kurias, and in large numbers. That they're Tutsis in DRC is not surprising.
It's not a surprise.
So the question is, what really are we talking about here?
And there's also a part that you need to add to that. There was a significant number of Tutsis that actually moved into the Congo
from
Rwanda as refugees. So there is Congolese Tutsi, and then there is in quotes refugee Tutsis. Now, and this is where it becomes difficult, because the narratives of Eastern Congo are twisted. Okay, they're twisted in the sense that, number one, if you remember the time of the guy who had 10 names, what was his name? The guy who used to wear leopard hats, I forget his name. Mobutu Sese Seko. Yes. If you look at Mobutu Sese Seko's, no, he had 10 names, literally.
Banda.
Yes. So Mobutu Sese Seko, when he was running the Congo, he was a man possessed by self-aggrandizement, ignored much of Zaire, and then was involved in the illegalization of the markets of the resources of the Congo, right? And then because he had overthrown the former prime minister by help of Western powers. So it is not just that Zaire was plundered by its neighbors in East Africa. Americans, the Polish, so many international countries, South Africans have had their hands in the Zaire pie for so long.
South Africa built a railway line, just so that you understand.
We have countries, I mean, notwithstanding Belgium, who essentially oversaw the building of airstrips that go right into the middle of the forest to be able to go in for the purpose of extraction. We know this, and this has happened. But this is interesting, because the statement that Paul Kagame made before he said, okay, we're going to agree, and when he spoke with Secretary Rubio, I think speaks a lot here, because he said, look, to ensure a ceasefire in Eastern DRC, this is the need to ensure a ceasefire, number one, and to address the root causes of the conflict once and for all. What is he saying? That essentially the root cause of where this has all started, or where this all came from, we've been fighting for the last 30 years, but we've never actually looked at the root cause of this matter, as though suggesting that if you looked at the root cause, you would be able to figure it out. But I don't think so. I'm looking at it from the fact that, you know what, DR Congo is this huge, delicious pie that everybody still is very interested in eating from. And we want to say it as though it is those who are on the other side of the pond who are coming in and they want to enjoy the monopoly for where they can extract resources, forgetting that there are African countries here who also want to be part of this pie-eating country.
If you go to Ngong Road, where they make a lot of furniture, and you ask them for where they get most of their hardwood, it's from Congo.
It's Congo, yeah.
So if we were to talk about a root cause, there's a timber salesperson who's aiding.
There's a timber salesperson who doesn't need you guys to get your things in order, because that's going to close down significantly his source of raw material for his business. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, so you've got small players and big players. Where Congo is, it's at a place where it's irreconcilable differences. There are so many things that have gone wrong that the only way I see for this to be dealt with is the absolute militarization of Northern Congo. That's the only way to get some sense, because the historical damage is so much. I don't think even M23 remember why they started this particular battle.
And very true is that members of the movement today are not all members of the original movement they started. They are not.
No, these are younger people.
Exactly, much younger people who are moving along with the movement and don't have vision in terms of why did we start this thing in the first place.
It's almost like, those relatives who've been fighting for 70 years and you're told don't talk to that side of the family and you don't know why.
Or you talk to the sons and they say, but I don't talk to that guy. And then when you ask them why.
There's a word that describes what you're saying. It's called vendetta.
Yes.
And so when you ask,
can't remember, you actually don't know what caused this, but you're perpetuating it.
Yes.
I want to play something that Dennis Aseto currently is in Belgium, interestingly enough.
Yeah. And but the Belgians, in what they did in the Congo.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's a 2 hour.
And that's the other thing. We forget that trauma is carried through DNA. Do you know that?
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Yes. So Congo has been abused for hundreds of years.
And we know where it started. We know that it continued. And unfortunately, we know that abuse continues even by the...
It's not abuse, traumatized.
I mean,
it's trauma.
for goodness sake.
Play what it is that Dennis said.
Anur El Anouni is the EU spokesperson for Foreign Affairs. And this is what he had to say. I'm going to play it from here and hope that you can actually hear it.
It's raining over there.
It would appear. Lydiah, your video is not playing, no.
It is okay.
Okay.
We will continue.
I mean, it would be nice to hear what he actually did have to say, but I think there's a problem there with that particular piece of technology. Okay, but here, everybody has something to say about this. But one thing that I want us to realize here, when you have a nation with as vast natural mineral resources that Congo has, is when everybody has something to say about it. Do we really believe that folks who are getting in on the conversation are doing so because they are really concerned that there were people who are falling down in the streets in Goma 2 days ago?
Well, if to put it in perspective...
Look at what happened in Rwanda. Look, Rwanda itself.
Yes.
Look at what happened in Rwanda in those 3 days to 1 week, where how many people had been slaughtered.
Yes.
Did we hear public outcry? Did we hear anybody make a statement until after the fact? Did we hear anything happen?
Yes.
Why? Somebody will tell you, okay, it's Rwanda. I mean, okay.
But you see, you've gone to the past. Today, 2025, right now, the Republic of Sudan
is burning.
Burnt. And then they're killing non-Arab blacks. Holocaust style. Do you hear about it? Is there an emergency meeting? No. Because Sudan does not have resources we want.
Southern Sudan has oil, and we know the problem that has caused.
Yes.
To date, Southern Sudan
is
still in the throes of ups and downs.
Yes.
Please.
Let me play that clip and see if it play now.
The renewed offensive of the M23, supported by the Rwandan armed forces, including the capture of Goma. We stated as EU that the continued advance of the M23 is an unacceptable violation of the agreed ceasefire, and it further deepens the disastrous humanitarian crisis in eastern DRC. The fact that the Council itself discussed the escalating crisis in eastern DRC, the recent takeover of Goma by the M23 rebels. In that format, the member states condemned the escalation and expressed their readiness to take measures against those that endanger peace and stability in the DRC. Member states in this urge Rwanda to cease its support to the M23 and to withdraw its troops from the DRC.
Well, I mean, it's clear, isn't it? That, you know, and this is the EU spokesman for foreign affairs. So if he's speaking on behalf of the EU, he's speaking on behalf of many countries who've taken the same stance, that it's clear. We see M23, a movement going against the Congolese government. M23, a movement securely backed by the Rwandese government.
Yes.
And what is the call? Rwanda, withdraw your support from this, because what it is doing is that it is causing conflict.
Yes.
And if you remove your movement and you remove your support, whether it be militarily or, you know, funding or whatever the case may be, if you remove your support, this movement will die, and Gafla Binvu, we will have peace in DR Congo.
That won't happen. The reason
this
why
is what Ali Nur is saying.
Yes, he can say as much as he likes. You see, we have peacekeeping forces in DRC as we speak.
Yes.
And some have actually been killed as I am talking to you in this conflict, peacekeepers. But I want to take your mind back to 1994, okay? This is not a story that is told for purpose of drama. It's a reality of how certain community members of the Tutsi community in Rwanda sought refuge in a school that was guarded by UN peacekeepers. The Belgians who at the gate even had guns. An order came. Order came for them to remove the foreigners who were in that school and to go to the airport.
Yes.
The Tutsis who were there begged to be shot rather than to have them face the machetes and whatever else was coming. 2,000 people died that day.
Yes. Yes.
Why am I telling you this story? Get the perspective right. This is what happened. Now, when you talk about peacekeeping, let's not just stick to Rwanda. Let's look at Bosnia. Okay? Let's look at Haiti. Okay? Why is it that when you have peacekeeping forces in some of these countries, the atrocities that they are supposed to ensure do not happen? So what peace are they keeping?
Actually keeping.
Yes. So you now want to blame the Tutsi-led Rwandan government for protecting its people, as they say. If you've experienced what they did, what would you do if you were in their place?
I have to say
because they claim the M23 protects the Tutsi population that is in DRC.
Yes.
They claim, that's what they say. Now, if you want to dispute it, on what grounds would you be disputing this argument? There is nothing right about killing citizens. It doesn't matter which party we are talking about. There's nothing right about killing individuals who do not have any skin in the game. It is wrong. But when you talk about a situation that we now have and you do not look at the background and what it is that led to all this, then you are missing the point.
This is true. I have to say a quick thanks to Dennis Aseto, who currently is in Brussels, and he was able to get that bite for us, and it continues with some of those deliberations through the day and then into tomorrow. But to get that perspective, I think is very interesting, because then it just gives way to how many thoughts are going around this thing without hitting the nail on the head.
Exactly. And one of the things that we need to understand is that there are certain conflicts that are beyond the theoretical, and that's what is happening in Congo. Because if we go back and look at history and atrocities and things like that, it may seem like we are getting some form of direction in terms of a solution, but really the thing that needs to be discussed is the interests that are perpetuating the conflict that, yes, has some emotional and real tragedies that have happened, but it is being sustained because of the resources that are there. And what needs to happen, and what the Congolese government has been stopped from doing, is they have not built a road, they have not built a hospital, they have not built schools, and then what happens is that the generations that keep growing from there, these generations continue to be uneducated, without hope, without purpose, and what is the only thing you can do as though it's Brooklyn in 1970 is join a gang.
This is sad, and this is the thing. And you know what? Many have asked that why have you not been able to have presidents from Kabila and then to his son, and then from there moving to now Tshisekedi? Why have you not been able to have Congolese presidents who've been able to stand, to make and take and keep a stand? This is the question.
Do you know how DRC functions? Yes. The governors of those provinces are,
they're lords unto themselves as well.
Actually, that is precisely, you put it better than I could have put it. It isn't, it's like, it's essentially federal.
Yes.
They don't state it as such, but it is federal. Okay? Now, my focus is on UN peacekeeping. You know why? When we had the problems in Serbia, there was a safe area. The place is called Srebrenica, the Dutch. Okay, the Serbs committed atrocities in Bosnia. 8,000 Muslims were killed.
And there's peacekeeping.
Of course, there was peacekeeping. This is supposed to be a safe area. I'm simply trying to explain and say, when the international community seeks to speak and condemn and talk about these things, for heaven's sake, get your history right.
Yeah,
they have been part of this problem, because if certain things had been done right at the time when they were there, a lot of this animosity and angst that we see spilling out and becoming what is would never have occurred.
I think you've been very generous. I don't think they've been part of the problem. I think that they were.
They are the problem.
They created this problem.
Yes.
They created this problem.
Let's put it in perspective, right?
I'll give you 20 seconds to do it.
In this entire world, only the West knows how to use rare earth minerals. There's no country in Africa that knows that buys it. That tells you that the end market for the numerous mines in Eastern Congo are directly going to the Elon Musks of this world.
They're leaving the country.
Yeah,
directly.
And I said to the Elon Musks of this world, quote me,
It's going to continue. It will be interesting to see what the heads have to say if they meet, and if Tshisekedi actually says, okay, well, let's have a conversation. I don't know that the approach is going to to resolve.
What are they going to have a conversation about exactly?
That's the question.
Yes.
Let's see as these conversations continue, and this is one that we must continue having. They touch on what's happening here, they touch on what's happening around the continent, and the attitudes that would form. In my opinion, when the African leaders come together and say that the Africa that we want, these are some of the conversations that they must be having front and center. Good morning. It is 7 a.m.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga, the High Court will today determine whether Director of Public Prosecutions Ranson Ngonga will be granted additional time to review the charges against 12 senior police officers accused of killing Bibi Pendo and 39 others in 2017. The DPP has indicated that he wishes to amend the charge sheet as one of the suspects, Muhammad Bar, retired Superintendent of Police, has disappeared without a trace. Justice Muga had that Bar retired from the National Police Service in July 2021 and has not been seen since. The President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, has vowed to mount a vigorous, coordinated response to reclaim territory seized by M23 rebels who captured the eastern city of Goma earlier this week. This event comes as Tshisekedi skipped a virtual crisis extraordinary meeting of East African heads of state chaired by President William Ruto. The humanitarian agencies in the war-hit eastern province bordering Rwanda warned that the situation is quickly deteriorating after 13 South African peacekeepers under the Southern African Development Community were killed during a heavy confrontation between the M23 rebels against armed forces of the DRC and SADC mission in DRC Congo. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has dismissed government critics who vowed to ensure that his boss William Ruto goes down in history as a one-term president. Kindiki, who spoke at his official residence where he hosted a section of the Rakanithi residents and leaders, claimed that Ruto's main objective was not to get re-elected.
William Ruto's objective is not to serve for 2 terms. It is to use the time that God will give him in office to bring transformative programs in 1, 2, 3 areas and then leave so that other people can come and take Kenya forward. As his principal assistant, that is my objective too, to support him. So msikuja kututisha na 1 term, my friend. Mimi kwanza nimekuwa DP 89 days ni mingi. Nikitoka nimekuwa deputy president.
Kindiki further claimed that some unnamed individuals had advised him to sabotage the president.
So kuna watu naona saa ingine wanani advice, wananiambia sijui ufanye hivi, sijui ukai kama unapingana na rais. And I'm wondering, is the work of the deputy president to oppose the president? Is that the job description? Wale wanataka kuoppose rais watoke nje, wajoin Kalonzo, Wajakoya na hiyo timu nyingine waanze kuoppose wakiwa huko nje. There is no problem. But you cannot be a deputy president and sabotaging the same government, or a minister flying a flag and then you are sabotaging the same administration. Not possible. So tafuta na hao wengine, hiyo group ingine, mutupige mkiwa nje. We are ready for you.
This event comes as Ruto's allies, led by National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, also criticized former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over divisive politics.
So when we say we build an equitable nation for everybody, where everybody can feel safe, secure, you can work and live anywhere within Kenya, that is because that is where the world is heading. Anybody who is telling us to now retreat to a tribal cocoons, that is a dangerous person, not just to our community, but to the world. And it may not be very popular to say that today, but time will vindicate us.
And in the international scene, US President Donald Trump will take a victory lap as he signs a bill cracking down on migrant criminal suspects, his first piece of legislation since he returned to power, vowing a blitz on illegal immigration. The ceremony at the White House comes as Trump faces pushback over his border plans to overhaul the government, including a funding freeze that caused chaos and an offer of a severance package to federal workers. The Lake and Riley Act, which orders the pre-trial detention of undocumented migrants charged with theft and violent crimes, is named for a 22-year-old student murdered by a Venezuelan man who was wanted for shoplifting. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a quick look at what's going on with traffic on the streets this morning. A bit of a cloudy morning in Nairobi, but we'll take a look at those streets either way. And the Southern Bypass looking good as you head your way out towards Langata Road and that direction. And it's starting to build up on Kangunda Road. Actually quite busy on Kangunda Road. In and outbound traffic is doing the thing this morning. There is traffic heavy coming in from Githurai on the Thika Superhighway and then out towards Garden City, Kasarani, that whole area, and then on towards Survey. Very busy here. And it's also starting to build up on Limu Road coming in through Gigiri. Let's take a look into the city and then out towards Westlands. Inbound traffic is already doing the thing, and it's also getting to be pretty busy on Waiyaki Way, so we're going to watch out for that as you get out towards ABC and then through towards Westlands at the roundabout. Very, very busy. Magadi Road out towards Langata Road, bumper to bumper, and also on Gong Road we're starting to see that build up, so we're going to probably creep into traffic hour earlier than normal, earlier than usual, but we'll keep an eye open and see how we progress through the morning. You helping us out on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 7 after 7 on this 30th day of January. Getting right into it and into the end of the month as you tune in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We're into the second hour and our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube and on X. And welcome to our audience on KETN. This morning we will have a healthy health conversation, and as we do that, our guest is already seated. I will remind you that there are many, and when I say many, it's up to 1 million. 1 million youth enter into the job market every year. They're searching for jobs, they're looking for them, and unfortunately of these, there are very many of them who are unskilled. That means they don't have the proper, training that they need to be able to enter into this particular market. So under the KCB Foundation 2 Judiciary program, they said, you know what, let's look into this and see how we can match these individuals with these skills and then put them into the job pool properly, or put them into the pool where they start to look for ways in which they can start business. So we're going to put you through this training for 6 months. You come out on the other side of it. We give you a toolkit and in some cases micro grants for you to go ahead and start your business. And this is for people between the age of 18 and 35 who've not been able to get that. And so you make that connect, you get the training that you need, and then you get armed with all the resources that you need to start something and to be able to build a foundation that makes sense for you. It's under the KCB Foundation 2 Judiciary program. You want to know more about that and how you can click in, log on to KCB Group /foundation. All right, so we're looking at a health conversation this hour, and we want to look at why health should not drive you into poverty. Why, when your healthcare seeking behavior should not make you get into a place where you have nothing. And to help us out with that conversation this morning is Sylvester Ouma, who's the General Manager, Retail and I'm going to say that again. Sylvester Ouma this morning is joining us, and he is the General Manager for retail and SME business with Jubilee Health Insurance. Sylvester, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to have me here today.
Yes, it is nice to have you here today. And
nice to have me here today.
No, I like the way perfect.
Yes.
Did you say Uma?
Uma.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Uma, because you have the right person.
No, I was just confirming. Only an Uma can say that. It's
really?
Nice to have me here.
Yes. Of course. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
So now that you've welcomed us, let's welcome you with today's proverb.
Yes.
CT, as you may know, has a proverb every week from a different African country.
Yes.
And so he'll tell us what that is. You tell us how you would interpret it and what it would mean to you. Is that all right?
Correct.
Okay.
Tanzania has a population of around 63 going to 64 million people. These are many people. Okay? 120 communities, meaning 120 different languages. Different. Yet they are united with one language.
True.
Kiswahili.
And one culture.
Yes. You know, this is something that isn't talked about loudly enough. When you talk about cohesion.
Yes. Tanzania's got it.
Yeah. Oh, they've got it. They got it right. That's a springboard from which you now propel the country forward. An empty sack cannot stand. A full sack cannot bend.
Wow. There is strength in being together, in being tied together. That's what I will translate. And just getting it going, if I look at the Tanzania situation, the socialism that was brought in by Nyeri at that point in time, the Undugu, the Ujamaa thing, moving people from the villages where they were and clustering them together, leaving those fields for active agriculture, really made them what they are today. And so you'll never know who is a Chaga, who is a Msukuma. They stand as a people. So for me, unity. There is strength in unity.
I think it's beautiful. Absolutely. It makes sense for sure. Well, I guess now we understand why it's a pleasure to have you here in the room. So we're looking at why healthcare should not drive you into poverty.
Correct.
And here's why. So if we say that why it shouldn't, let's look at that broadly, first of all, before we go into, some of the different things. Are we in a situation where currently it would appear as though healthcare is, number one, difficult to access,
Correct.
and proper healthcare difficult to access, and that it is not widespread, that the number of people in Kenya, for example, who require it is not reaching them in the manner and with the efficiency that it actually should? Is that where we are coming from?
I would say that, yes, that's where we're coming from. If you look at the priorities that any government would have top of mind, each government would be speaking at any day about healthcare. Because of all the situations that we sit in as human beings or as people, health is at the center of everything. You miss something on your health, you will not be productive. Now, why healthcare, or why healthcare should not drive you into poverty is a topic that we cannot run away from, because around us every day, if you notice the last 15 or so years, there has been a steady incline of those Harambes that take people to India or to those facilities out of country. Why? Because conditions that we have gotten ourselves into are such a complicated situations that if you have a cancer, for example, that situation will not leave you rich after it's done with you. We've seen the best of homes, the best of the best in this country, having an issue with healthcare that drains the better part of this family's resources. And so, speaking of that, one single hospital bill has led families to poverty. And so healthcare insurance becomes a very critical part of a day-to-day living of a family. Take an example of what you've talked about, healthcare as a necessity. Take an example of what even the government is trying to put in place. Yeah, talking about the shisha. This would be a controversial kind of a conversation. But truth be told, healthcare would be top of mind of a government.
Or should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
Top of mind of a government. So whether it works or not is what we'll be able to ask ourselves. But a healthy community is a productive community. And so at Jubilee Health, what we've tried to do over time is not only to educate the masses, but also to position products that makes it easy for the people that need to acquire the services to access those services, either at the facility or with the costs that match the services that they require.
Let me ask the question.
Correct.
When you talk about healthcare,
correct,
it looks like as you get older, the issues of healthcare become more pertinent. In an earlier hour, Mark pointed out something very interesting, and when he talked about growth hormones, which at the age of 30 cease to be active, which means you start aging.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you are my age, you are old. Okay?
You're a gentleman.
Well, yes. People like to say, all manner of euphemisms. Yes. But you are old. I don't know why it is this being old bothers people. You are old. And it is good to be old. However, it is very difficult for me to acquire new habits now.
Correct.
The population of people who are far from 60, who are half that age and even younger, the habits, the thinking that brings about the formation of habits that would bring about the situation you speak of need to start that much earlier. And since that population comprises 70% of our population, this is where now one gets the question. The industry that you are in, if we look at their penetration, it is not very encouraging. And yet, we do have the numbers. So, this conversation, I will understand it, I will agree, because the likelihood of having interacted with them and still interacting is high. What about those who haven't and who need to?
Very interesting question, Dan. Why I'm here today is because there is this generation that we need to talk to. And that's why Jubilee and even the regulator has been passing this message around health insurance continuously to the generation. I want to talk about the June 2024 generation. I have not missed it that much.
Not much 2023. Okay.
I don't want just to mention names, but that population.
Okay.
So for us to reach this population, we have to be deliberate on what modes of communication we use. And part of that journey would be using the social media networks that we have, an opportunity like what we have today to sit with and talk to this population directly, so that we tell them, after that age of 30, any habit you create has a ripple effect downline in your years to come that is going to hurt you health-wise. And it's given, you'll see the population, and shocking enough, even the population that you're talking about, this population of between 30 and 45, are developing very complex conditions compared to the persons above the ages you're talking about. Because the kind of lifestyle we've engaged in, the kind of foods we've been engaged in consuming, the kind of environment that we have been brought up in leads to those conditions. If you ask yourself how many people aged between the ages of 30 and 50 that would be resting somewhere in hospital either due to a kidney failure or something like that, they are on the rise. And so we cannot shy away from talking to them within the languages of where they are. If you talk about our teams reaching out to these people, for example, we have a footprint of, say, 2,500 agents at Jubilee. What do? Even on that Friday evening before at your parking lot, as this person walks into a pub, you'll find an agent telling them, please get yourself a health insurance. Yeah. Of the question that we ask a lot while you are being onboarded is, do you partake? Yeah, Mark, this looks on me, but do you partake? And at what volumes and what quantities? Because during the prudent underwriting process, we would want to see how we can help you. And then we have developed different ways of also communicating to these people. That age also likes being within gyms. They are the guys who do the hikings. They are the guys who would want to be at the forefront. The weekend runs, driving out of town and all that. So what have we done? We've done lifestyle-based activities that these persons can partake in. That is a Maisha Fiti program, say from Jubilee, where this person would not only be exposed to enjoying life. That application would give this person the number of kilometers they've covered in a day. It even has the ladies' cycle calendar built in within there. You have all these things that we position so that these people are able to interact with the issues of medical situations on a day-to-day basis. On the age above the age of 60, what have we positioned there? Jubilee gives a range of products from, say, someone who is as young as a month old to persons above the age of 80. So what does that give you? Even if you've messed earlier in your life, we can still have you covered. But what we say, you cannot survive about in this country and in your environment without a good health proposition around you.
I have two questions for you. Question number one is that I have found in my experience that if someone has corporate insurance, you get a different kind of cover than when you have private insurance. Then question number two is that many Kenyans would love to have health insurance. But if you ask a Kenyan in January to give you 100,000, 80,000, 150,000 at once to pay for insurance, it becomes difficult. In fact, if car insurance was made optional in this country, I think the insurance industry will crumble, because the cost of entry is so prohibitive. And I think that's the biggest issue that other Kenyans have. So let me represent them. When are you as Jubilee going to cut that 100,000 into 10,000 a month so that these people can afford you? It needs to be paid for like internet.
Wonderful. The only information that maybe Kenyans are not privy to is the fact that is already in place. We will not demand from you at Jubilee to pay you 100,000 upfront. We've made it very easy for you, very flexible for you, that you can purchase your medical insurance and pay for it in bits. This is what we do with you. We'll tell you how much is your cover. Once we've been able to ascertain what you need, you'd want to spend 100,000. That 100,000 will be based on some needs. It will be based on what you really want, what you really need. Yes. So we look at your level of coverage. We look at the kind of conditions and benefits you want to purchase. Then we will ask you to just fill in forms, or you can do it online. Recently, we partnered with our sister company, DTB, to offer affordable you can pay for your flexible payment. You can pay for your medical insurance in installments, 3 installments, 4 installments, 6 installments. And we're planning on getting into up to 8 installments. So instead of you paying for your insurance upfront, 100,000, we'd want you to pay for it the same way you'd pay for your internet, the same way you pay for your water. About corporate and individual insurance. Corporates negotiate for the benefits based on what they require for their employees. So what a corporate will do, when we sit with a corporate, we look at the population size they want to cover. And then try and standardize benefits based on the employees' spectrum. Say, for example, in Kenya, we have people who have a child, one child, a wife, one child. They are singles in work environment. And then you have the gentlemen and ladies that are blessed who will have more than 4 or 5 children. So, as an employee, when we were growing up, when we were growing up, we had families of 11, 12. It was normal. It was
one mother.
One mother, yeah. Yeah, no, some people will be surprised, but that was a very common routine, maybe where I was born. Yeah, I remember my village. So for an employer will be looking at this guy who has 11 or 5, and this guy who has none. How do I standardize the benefit so that everyone feels like I've taken care of them? So that's why the employer's package would be slightly different from the individual. But most of the individual covers are standardized, almost what you need within ranges. So we'll bucket persons between, say, those who need inpatients, or say 500,000, a million, 2 million, 10 million, or you need your international medical package.
Yep.
You're a Luopin who travels often, who has to be out there interacting with the who is who's. So you need a package that resonates with your lifestyle. So you need your international medical package. All that will be available within our shops. So that's why private medical insurance would be slightly different from the corporate medical insurance.
Quick one. There's a problem with insurance covers and specialists and hospitals. You go with your insurance cover to one hospital, they tell you we don't accept. Then you have to pay cash, then you go to claim. So how are you addressing the issue of ease of medication? Because sometimes you're told, oh, please, go see Dr. Kaluma. You go to see Dr. Kaluma, he tells you Jubilee Sichukwi.
Wonderful. Now that's a very good answer. This is what happens between medical insurance providers and insurance companies. I'll not be specific about Jubilee only, but most of the insurance providers. When you're a provider, you're a service. You give service on behalf of someone else. So Jubilee Insurance is the insurer. The person that we have insured is our client. But now the person offering the service is this third party who is called a medical insurance provider. We have to agree. These are tripartite agreement. We have to agree with the medical provider on terms that make business sense, not only to the medical insurance provider, but also to our business needs for the benefit of our customer. So there are those facilities that we may not have agreed with at the time of you going to this hospital. Now, for us to be able to be at a position where we have the best facilities for our customers at Jubilee, and by the way, we control the largest network of providers in this country, in the larger East Africa, because we are within the larger East Africa.
Yeah.
We have very specific negotiations with medical insurance providers. So this would be in the ranges of between, say, if we sit with you as a medical insurance provider, what are you bringing on the table? Are you charging us fairly? Are we getting the best out of you? Let me just give you a flip side to that. How much would, say, Panadol cost, the full pack of Panadol? Normal in the shops.
A full pack?
Yeah.
Upwards 300 bob?
300 bob.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you looked at once you've purchased, you go to hospital, you have your card, and then you purchase, and then they tell you to pay at the pharmacy. What do you think they would have charged you there? You quickly look at it.
If you look at it, it's usually, if it's supposed to be 300 in the shop, you'll get it at 500, 550.
Surprise. Some you'll get at 1,200.
Yes. This is true.
This is true. So for you to be able to just pick it to the medical insurance, to the service provider and ask that question, Panadol is 300. You get it from the same supplier. Why don't you charge it at 400? The supplier will tell you, my markup is, so instead of the 1,000, instead of the 400, they'll charge 1,200. So those kind of negotiations are the things that lead us to. Sometimes you tell the provider, until your costs, until your costs are within this limit, we are unable to work with you.
It's interesting you should say that. Do you wanted to ask a question? Please ask.
Okay, then okay, sure. So essentially what we are saying here is that because what we started from was painting the picture that a number of people who don't have insurance are not covered in any way, but then unfortunately calamity strikes and then somebody is sick, and the sickness that we're talking about is it's life-threatening and requires huge medical intervention to have this person back on track, and then of course comes a huge bill. But are we essentially saying that then with health cover and you're paying a little bit, per month or for whatever period, that you would essentially then be able to cover yourself from these calamities that would befall you or members of your family and then keep you essentially off the brink of this poverty?
Correct. You pay a premium. Let me use the example of what Mark said earlier. You pay a premium of 100,000. You have your cover of 10 million bob or even 500,000 bob. I'm just giving these as examples. So at the time of the happening of now a member of the family is unwell, you no longer have the 100,000. You have 5 million. You have 3 million. You have a limit in which you can comfortably get get to any medical facility and be supported well. If you looked at it that way, you'll see the concept that insurance is not about the money you spend every year. Insurance is about a possibility of this cover that you've taken, this risk that you're insuring yourself from happening. Of all the insurances, earlier I talked about motor insurance. Of all the insurances, health insurance is one of those insurances that are the most profound in terms of possibility of happening. The chances that you'll fall ill within a year, the chances that a member of the family will be taken ill are higher than you driving into a rock or something or hitting someone on the roads. So, and one case of health insurance, let me bring it closer. We've seen this happening around us a lot. We've seen this happening. Let me just pick a case that happened, I think, yesterday or the day before. It happened around a very popular person in this country and is taking this kid to hospital. This person has adopted a kid and all that. Now it's gone to hospital with this kid and he is asked, how are you paying? It is at the point of the question, how do you want to pay, that it hits you that I need a medical insurance. And then this person at the pharmacy or at the accounts, then that senior person in the country says, I want to pay via M-Pesa. Then he's told the fee, and then immediately starts to pay. He asks the question, how about if I was paying via medical insurance? How would I have paid? So that money that this person is paying, if you bought an insurance with it earlier, you only need to produce your card, and then we have already determined prices with these facilities. You'll walk out. Just tying on that, and towards the end of the conversation around cost, medical insurance is only expensive if you don't plan for it. It is only expensive when you don't plan for it. It should be part and parcel of your bills when you're planning. Say, for example, you know your kids will go to hospital. At the beginning of the year, or when you're planning for your costs during the month, you need to plan for your medical insurance. You need to have it as part and parcel of your costs, because your health is what will make you produce the wealth that you are driving with. And with as little as, at Jubilee, with as little as 6,200 shillings, 6,200, that's a mzinga. Mzee, what do you think? 6,200 is mzinga.
You know, those of us who quit drinking, quit drinking when mzinga, a mature 18-year-old mzinga was not 6.5. You know, you start at 25.
Okay, we are sorry.
So at 6,200, you'd get a cover of up to 250,000. At 12,000, let me give you 12,900. You have a coverage of up to 500,000 for your family.
Okay,
12,500 per annum.
Okay, and I think that's one thing that we should look into. Cici, I promise we're going to come back and look at your question. Let's take a break at this point. Sylvester Owooma, who is a general manager, retail and SME business at Jubilee Health Insurance, is our guest this hour, and we're saying, there's no need to step onto the brink of poverty when you're trying to look towards making sure that your healthcare is taken care of. And so the cost is one of the things that prohibits a lot of folks from getting into it. So let's look at some of those options when we come back from this break. It's 27 minutes to 8 o'clock. We'll be back shortly after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Light rain in Nairobi, 16 degrees, and cloudy conditions at 15 in Nakuru, mostly cloudy at 14 in Nyeri, while into a cloudy Eldoret at 14, 25 and sunny in Mombasa, and into a sunny Malindi at 25. It's 19 and cloudy in Kisumu and 17 and cloudy in Kakamega, mostly sunny conditions at 19 in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny. It's sunny at 17 in Johannesburg and at 26 sunny conditions in Mogadishu, while it's 13 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Lagos at 26 is clear, while Kinshasa at 23 is mostly cloudy.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, so we're stepping into traffic hour. Let's take a quick look at what's going on these streets, and quite some, wherever you look this morning, a bit of a hold up. Now, when you start to look at traffic that's forming on the Thika Superhighway, we saw all of that coming in from Githurai and finding its way then through into the city. All right, a quick look then at what's coming off of Mombasa Road, and although it's not too bad, we like to see some traffic clog up right around Capital Centre as you get into the city. Kiambu Road is also busy, and then going towards Limuru Road, there's in and outbound traffic right around City Park, and so that's busy. As you come in on Waiaki Way, we'll see some traffic as you head then towards the city. Further along, coming in from Kangemi Mountain View area, very, very busy traffic this morning. Ngong Road, coming in from Naivasha Road, joining with Ngong Road, getting out into the city. We've got bumper-to-bumper traffic in that area. Langata Road is going to touch with traffic that's coming in from Magadi Road and then out towards the city. So let's just keep our wits about because it's starting to get crazy. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Is the General Manager of Retail and SME Business with Jubilee Health Insurance, and he's our guest this hour. We're talking about, look, you don't have to be on the brink of poverty just because you're trying to be healthy and avoid certain things. And so, Siti, your question.
It isn't often that you hear that an insurance company has folded. In this country, banks fold with more frequency. But every once in a while you do hear of, not insurance, health insurance company folding. And the promises that they make to those who have insured with them are not very different from the ones you've actually made. What happens? What is it that makes a provider of insurance services in the health sector? What is it that makes them stumble and fall? The reason why I ask is because every time I've spoken to people who are in this line of business, they tell me that service is not the most profitable service for insurance companies, the health insurance. So it begs the question, then why do you have it?
Very nice question there, City. Now, I'll just give a little bit of a background before I get to that. When you get into this kind of businesses, the intent of those who set businesses are usually quite different. Maybe I'll start there. The intent. So what was the intention of you getting into the business? What was how ready were you? And these are usually the general principles that would guide any business. How ready were you to do the business? What outcomes were you looking at? What kind of investments did you put in place? And what kind of controls did you have? So that is quite critical in any form of business. So I'll not be specific about medical insurance, but I'll broadly say companies that would have gone under for whatever reason, if you looked at the foundations that they may have had when they were setting out the business and how they managed the process, not only of business acquisition, but controls around the business and also management of the overall business. If you looked at all those, you'll find your answer lying in between there. Jubilee Health or Jubilee Insurance has been in this market since 1937. What that tells you is that there must have been things that this company has done right over the 80-something years that we've been in operations. And one of our biggest lines in terms of business, for over years, Jubilee has remained as a number one insurer in the larger East Africa. We set the pace, meaning whatever we do in terms of our operations, there is something we take right. What we do in terms of our controls, and that brings me back to the question that was asked earlier about providers. How do we manage those providers? Because most of the claims would determine whether you remain afloat or not. So how do we manage our providers? What kind of providers do we bring on board? Number 3, how do we distribute our products? What is this promise we've given our customers, and how do we deliver on that promise? So over time, Jubilee has remained quite steady in terms of even the profitability margins that we've recorded over time. Now, looking at the current situation and how we look at companies operate within this country, I would say different companies are managed differently. The intents of business acquisitions are different. You can choose. Let me give an overall kind of a feel. You go to Marikiti, you can choose to have your spread at the entrance of the market, or at the middle, or at the core end.
Or where you're supposed to be.
Or where you're supposed to be. So immediately you get into the market, you choose how to position yourself. You choose the kind of product you want to give, the kind of profit margins you're looking at. If you get into the market and you sell Reja, chances are very high.
I'm sorry, what?
You don't know Reja? No.
Help me here.
Rarely went to Gikomba. So if you sell, you get into the market, but your business acquisition model is
piecemeal.
Yeah. You want to sell
retail.
Okay.
Yes,
You want to sell for the sake of selling.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to get something very fast. You want to get literally everything into your shop.
Yeah.
You have to know how to manage the back end of that. Yes.
I see.
Let me address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is a disease called cancer. Cancer, ICU hospitalizations, chronic disease management. Those 3 things are what lead to poverty. It is astronomically expensive to manage high blood pressure, to manage diabetes, to manage cancer, to unfortunately have your liver fail and you're in ICU for 5 days. That is the elephant in the room. If we're going to talk about sickness getting you into poverty, it is those 3 things.
Correct.
Right? So how, honestly, if you got insurance of 1.5 million, you can only afford to be in ICU for 4 days.
Allow me to just allow me to just build on that just a little bit, because sometimes if we ground it, then it gives us an understanding, and then maybe you can come and tell us how we do it. So if you have medical insurance, for example, and we've gotten onto Jubilee, we've taken medical insurance, and it gives us what, 1.5 million. Is that the number you like? Mark, you like that number, 1.5 million?
Yeah, that's inpatient. Yes.
Okay. Now, right now, the medical facility that you go to that will give you everything that you need on the lower cadre, right? And we're not talking about your top tier hospitals. The one that where you will get your basic services, it'll be clean, functional. You have, medical practitioners worth their repute. Before somebody puts you, and you have one of these chronic, and you've had a bout of something, an infection, something that requires you to be in hospital, God forbid HDU or ICU, right? Your family member has brought you to hospital. Before anybody even looks at you, 300,000 shillings needs to be on the table. Remember that you have a medical cover of 1.5 million. So in their minds, and whether you have insurance or not, that's not their problem. Can that insurance make sure that there's 300,000 shillings available for us to even touch you? If they can confirm that, they go ahead. 300,000 gone from your 1.5 medical cover. All right. Let's say that your kidney failure, All right. So they're going to do everything that they need to do. There's an apparatus that they put in you. And I'm telling you this because this is a situation that we're talking about last week. There's an apparatus they put in you to be able to sort out your initial kidney infection. The thing without medication is 75,000 shillings. Okay. So now we're at 375,000 shillings from 1.5 million. It's gone. Okay. All the medicine this is day one. This is day one. We're talking a matter of minutes. Everything that they need to put in you, medicine, catheter, gloves, this one has come, the other one has come. Another 114,000 shillings. You're surprised. I know the numbers off head. 114,000 shillings again gone. We're now at almost 600,000 shillings. Remember your medical cover is?
1.5.
1.5. They put the medicine in. Your veins are shot because you're in the state of infection. The kind of IV that they need to put in, they need to insert it in your neck. It's a big needle, and in that they need 5 tubes to be able to go into your heart for that medicine to go, because the infection is great. Another 90,000 shillings from that. We're now at 700,000. You have not started to heal, and half of your cover is blown.
Day one.
You've not slept,
You've not even done your
You've
dialysis.
not slept that. Thank you. You've not slept that night in hospital, and you're in ICU where there is 24 hours round the clock attention.
There's one part you've skipped, eh?
Your practitioner, your doctor has not looked at you like this. This is just first front intervention.
You need to say, in between all these processes, they need to ask for permission from the insurance to do it.
They have to call.
When I was being
Authorization
admitted,
is the word they use.
I was told at 10, because my sugars were 23, admission.
Yeah.
I waited, I went home, ate lunch, was admitted at 6, waiting for approvals.
So we're still going. I just paint the picture because it's true. This is the case, right? So they're trying to stabilize the infection, and they say, okay, let's see what and mind you, this is so interesting because before they can confirm that you have that money, people are very busy. Nobody is looking at you, but the minute that they confirm, it's like a beehive. Everybody now suddenly is very busy because they've confirmed that the money is there. Remember, we started at 1.5. 700,000 shillings is already gone.
Yeah, 50.
Okay. 50% of it is gone. It's still, the sun is still high in the day. Dialysis in any facility today, and if they've decided to flush this, they're going to go day by day, and then they'll see how much of it they need. But it's 8,000 bob a pop. Okay, it's 8,000 shillings for the session they do. They might do They might do it, and then another 12 hours they do another one, because they want to get you well. Plus the medication that they're using, plus everything that they do. You know what? By day 3, your bill, apart from the 700,000 shillings that they have used, is 514,000 shillings, 1.2 million shillings. And you have one. This is 3 days.
3 days.
And you're still in ICU. Then they move you to HDU.
They continue squeezing it.
Well, actually, they are simply charging you what they believe it costs to keep you alive. Yes.
So, that is why, to keep you alive, exactly. That's what leads to poverty. So, if you don't have that 1.5, and even if you did have the 1.5, you're not 3 days in hospital for critical care. You're at least 7 days in hospital for critical care. So it's not your malaria. It could be the consequences or effects of prolonged malaria that keep you in critical care. But it is these big ticket item diseases that are driving people into poverty. Because somebody needs to rally around, get the money if you don't have it. Because in order to keep somebody alive, that's what they need to do. How then do we say that the person who doesn't have 50,000 shillings is going to be able to put their person in hospital who requires at least 2 million shillings to come out of hospital, to be alive? How?
It's very interesting that you know even the numbers of head.
Yes, so my brother.
And for that cover of 1.5 million, do you know how much the insurance company received as premium? Maybe 37,000 Kenya shillings.
Okay.
So let's bring it home.
That's what. That's a false comparison, because the financial burden of an insurance company, and the reason it works is out of your 10,000 customers, not 1,000 of them require HDU and ICU. The money is there.
No, but Mark, it is not false.
It's not.
You know, it isn't false. The actuaries crank these numbers.
Yes.
And when they come up with this, you're part of this big population.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We are agreeing.
It's called pooling.
Yes.
So, Uma is right. What you pay is 37.
Yeah, what you pay is 37.
Yes.
Into a pool.
Yes,
which they have calculated.
Yes. But you're paying 37 and getting service for 1.5 million. That is just a simple fact.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, look at it this way. Someone did not pay their 37,000.
Okay.
You're better off. I don't know. You correct my English. The better evil here. What is better? Paying your 37 now and just surviving in case
something
you get to a point where you need the 1.5, or just stop. Or sorry, you want to say?
No, just continue. I'm still going to say what I'm going to say. I will not lose the trend of thought that I have in my head. Yes.
So we do understand the nitty-gritties that come with those complex situations in hospital. And that's why on a daily basis, for us to get the 10,000 number that Mark is talking about, we have to come out and say it. Buy yourself a healthcare insurance early enough before that risk crystallizes.
Okay.
The service is not difficult to understand. The benefit is not difficult to understand. However, you are explaining it well, but you are the top tier of people who explain these things. There are some people you employ who explain this thing somewhere lower down the totem pole. It is not their fault that they sell the way they are trained. It is the way they are trained, and it's also the push and the pressure they are under to sell. Now, this communication that you've just put across here will not get you very many sales. Telling someone to buy something in the event. We buy insurance covers for our cars because we must. And if you don't have it, the police will stop you. Believe me, you rarely have an accident. But a day may come when you will. What is the conversation and the communication that you need to give so that the 37,000 shillings makes sense beyond preparing for that eventuality? Because most people, by their thinking, their culturalization, they'll think, what are the chances it will happen? And so what when it happens? You see, how do you communicate effectively so that one sees the benefit?
The communication around this is around what I've said earlier. Let's take a case of a minor surgery. Every day you'll come across a surgery. Towards the end of the year, you'd see a lot of posts around minor surgeries being done and all that. A minor surgery will cost up to around 100,000 shillings. But if you look at the costs that someone would have paid to get that minor surgery done, it would be in the ranges of around, say, 3,000, 4,000 shillings if you took that bit. Let me tie this conversation to the wonderful conversation we have in the country now. It may not sound very lucrative for city, but it is the Taifa Care. Just a did you know moment that part of the drive, we have the first tier 1 and the tier 2 and the tier 3. So those tiers have also the implications in terms of what is covered when you go to hospital. So the drive by the government is technically telling guys, apart from what I'm giving you as the bare care, you need to top up something so that a surgery within the shift would be, say, 67,000. But if your surgery goes past that, we not pay. So you need the private medical coming in. Now, the communication that we give down to the agents, and I really thank the regulator here, Insurance Regulatory Authority, has been communicating in very simple terms, not only to the larger citizens, but also to our to the salespeople that sell insurance. It's not only about the pressure that goes with it. The information is available. You can get this information on the websites that we have. The information is available across the social media platforms that we have about how basic medical insurance works. And there is nothing as practical as the fact that these things happen every day.
Yeah.
Medical cases happen every day. So if it has happened close to you, even on your phone, you'll find a WhatsApp group running.
Let me ask you a question, Uma.
Yes.
The industry that you belong to.
Yes.
Have you people actually ever taken the time to find out what it is that your would-be consumer or how your would-be consumer would like to be communicated to about health insurance? Have you ever found out? Have you ever done due diligence to find out how they would, I'm repeating, how they would like to be communicated to about health insurance?
Honestly, yes. Honestly, yes. We've done a lot of research around how our consumers perceive us, how our consumers want us to talk to them. And that's why now we're getting out to them through stations like this, through the media platforms. And how we tell them is that today you may not need it. Tomorrow you'll require it.
I'm interested to know, what do they say when you ask them these questions? What do they want to hear from you?
They want to be talked to in simple terms.
Okay.
They don't want to be told insurance jargon. They don't want to be told you are an inpatient. They want to be told, I am going to hospital, you are going to be hospitalized.
Do you know how Kenyans are afraid of talking about illness and hospitalization and death? Do you know how fearful we are about that discussion?
Wow.
And how superstitious we are
about these things.
You know, the other day, I'm 40. So the other day I called my best friend, I called my dad, and I'm like, listen, I need to write my will. All of them responded by saying, you're not dying. I told them, it's not about death. It's a fact that it's prudent planning. You see, so for Africans, preparation is calling the thing. It is manifesting the thing.
You're very right. There are parts of this country where even life assurance sales do not happen.
Yes. No.
You don't tell someone when you die. We have to use the word, there are chances. It's definite.
That's why I asked about the research, because there is a way in which, and it's the people who will tell you.
Yeah.
And how they will tell you depends on how it is you ask the question.
Okay.
And how the dexterity with which you actually get that information.
Yes.
You can talk about that same product and it will resonate. Same. You will talk about that product and they'll tell you, you go away. We do not want to hear this.
Yes.
This is something that is completely and utterly useful. It should be mandatory. And we know we need it.
Yeah.
But how we communicate it. I think you're right. City, this is part of what we will have to do a lot of work on as the industry and as the people within the industry.
I can say that at the same time, and it's possible that something that may make your work easy. The truth of the matter is that when people are met with a medical situation, because in not all cases is it in an emergency, and somebody may have been sick for a while, and the truth of the matter is that when the affected see the struggle that they've been through to raise the funds to essentially have their loved one taken care of, or themselves taken care of and treated towards health, the realization that if I had put something a little away previously, then I wouldn't be in this situation. It does monumental things for somebody's action moving forward. The question is then, how would you tap into that realization to then ensure that, you've been, and usually, unfortunately, that realization only comes after you've been through the turmoil, right? So, as predatory as it sounds, how do you take that and use it to be able to convince? You don't have to convince the affected because they know now. They know. Let's put something aside because you don't know what could happen tomorrow. But how do you use that to then preach the said gospel to other people to say, you know what, guys, a little bit of something every day put away will ensure that you don't suffer tomorrow? How would you do that?
Testimonials. And the journey now that we're trying to get to is telling people who have already experienced our service, who have already experienced it, either directly to tell the others that it works. Now, that is one route we are using. And just taking from where City left, just to answer your question, we are in a country where sensitivity is at its core. So if you really were on a WhatsApp group where you are doing a fundraiser for someone who went through a challenge, and you talked to someone from that group, for example. You told them, look here, so-and-so has gone through this. Can you put some money aside for your own medical insurance? You know what they'll tell you? Are you insurance people just taking advantage of the fact that I was there?
Oma, let me ask you a question because the hour has reached. Why do you think you do not need to convince a Kenyan parent that they must pay fees for their child and that they will do anything under the sun to do so?
Yes.
Why?
Circumstances have brought
something for you to ponder, because they will do anything and sell everything to take the child to school.
Yes.
Why?
Wow.
What do they understand about that
Education
investment?
They know the benefit.
The benefit of education.
Precisely. How then do you get them to know the benefit of insurance?
Yep.
Wonderful. So what we're doing is purely communication. And City, thank you for just giving me that view, and for the larger industry in terms of how we position this health insurance to the people in words that they understand.
Absolutely.
And you need to ask yourself, as you answer that question, why is it that a Kenyan rarely goes to hospital unless the pain is too much?
It's too much.
Those are questions we love to answer. So just a call for action. Any Kenyan that is out there that really needs to speak to us, 4643 is our SMS number. 4643 is our SMS number. We have over 2,000 agents across the country. And you can also call us on 070 99 49 000. And also on our website, you can buy our products end-to-end on our website. So
fantastic.
Straight through process on the website.
Sylvester Uma, thank you so much for being here and sharing those insights with us. Definitely something that communication needs to continue. Sylvester Uma is the General Manager, Retail and SME Business with Jubilee Health Insurance. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga. Principal Secretary for Medical Services Harry Kimtai says they're holding talks on the executive order issued by US President Donald Trump on the 90-day freeze on implementation of almost all US foreign aid. Kimtai says the government will develop a national sustainability framework for Kenya's response.
We are also taking talk of what we need to do, because that calls for us now to reallocate some of the funds to the programs that are very important and crucial and were being supported by this by the US government. So we take note of that, and our teams are already working on the impact of that order to our healthcare system, and that we'll be able to come up with an assessment of how much then we need to put into the healthcare system in our supplementary budget and in our subsequent budgets that will be coming.
He further assured those affected that there is continuity of prevention and treatment services without any disruptions across government hospitals.
The drugs are available, and we are getting the support because we are funding through PEPFAR. So we have to continue buying the same quantity of our patients, because we know we give ARVs to about 1.4 million Kenyans, and therefore they must continue receiving their ARVs. We are getting almost like a 60-40 ratio. So therefore we have to cover that ratio that now we will not get the fund.
He added that Treasury would support the Ministry of Health financially in order to avoid a crisis that would lead to loss of lives and lack of medication.
We are going to sit down with the Treasury and make sure that we continue funding support to those patients who are receiving ARVs, those patients who are on malaria treatment. The nets we must continue distributing the net. So it's just a question of now changing or adding additional resources through the National Treasury, as opposed to where we're relying on the development partners.
President William Ruto is finalizing a reshuffle of principal secretaries, with at least 15 facing the axe. Impeccable sources close to the presidency exclusively informed a local newspaper of the shakeup that is driven by performance concerns and desire to build a team for the 2027 elections, and the ongoing controversy surrounding the hiring process, particularly the inclusion of candidates over the mandatory retirement age. The impending reshuffle has created uncertainty among PSs, overshadowed by the ongoing interviews for replacements. The Public Service Commission interviews scheduled to conclude tomorrow have raised concerns due to the inclusion of several applicants aged 60 and above, some of whom have already retired from other public service positions. And still on matters PSC, at least 80 state agencies have hired more men than women against the gender balance principle required by the Constitution. Parliament has been the face of this injustice amid several botched attempts to balance the number of women and men. The law provides that not more than 2/3 of staff in any government body should be of the same gender. A review by the Commission on Gender Balance established that 14% of government agencies were in breach of the rule. Regional police commanders are meeting in Rwanda to discuss some of the transnational crimes that are on the rise. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and Director of Directorate of Criminal Investigations Mohammed Amin lead the Kenyan delegation at the 26th Eastern African Police Chiefs Cooperation meeting in Kigali. The meeting started on Wednesday and will run through to tomorrow to discuss pressing and emerging issues. The theme of the meeting is strengthening regional law enforcement cooperation to counter terrorism, transnational, organized and emerging crimes. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let's take a look at what traffic has done through the city in the last hour or so. And the Eastern Bypass traffic is chugging along very slowly, and there's a lot of hold-up, bumper-to-bumper action as you get towards North Airport Road and then onto the Cabanas interchange. That's moving very slowly, and it's held up in some parts. Outer Ring is also very, very slow. It's slow on Jogo Road, in and outbound, but you get to Landis and not too much of an issue. Kangunda Road, very busy as well. The Thika Superhighway is still with some traffic as you approach the Allsop Stage Junction, and then you go out towards Survey and it slows down even more. So bumper to bumper there, as well as on Kiambu Road this morning. Limuru Road is very busy, and then you're going to have some traffic that's going to slow you down as you get towards Gigiri and Muthaiga. It's also slow on Waiaki Way, and it's coming out towards Lower Kabete as Spring Valley on the other side very slowly as well. So we are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it and keep things moving this morning. We shall talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Are you ready to become Kenya's next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best and walk away with over 1 million Kenyan shillings in grand prizes? Auditions are open for Kenya Star Search on Saturday 1st of February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by Skiza, Techno Kenya, Sunlink, Wairimu Kenya, and Boomplay.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And as we get into it, it is Justice Thursday, and we will be having a Justice Thursday conversation for sure. And as I remind you that every year, 1 million young people are let into the job market, looking for jobs, looking for opportunities, and not quite sure how to connect with them. Why? Because they don't have the skills that they need to enter into this job market. certificate, they don't have the skills that they need to start businesses of their own. So KCB Foundation saw this and said, you know what, we can do something about this. And under the Judiciary program, they said, you know what we're going to do? 6 months, we'll teach you, whether it is construction, whether it is basic plumbing, whether it is some parts of journalism, beauty, there's design, all sorts of things that you can actually now get connected with. You do that for 6 months. You come out of that 6 months later and you get a toolkit, you get a micro grant that you can either start your own business or join somebody in work because they have partners throughout the country in different counties. There is a myriad of things you can do after having gone through this 6 months training program. And so making sure that the numbers of the unemployed are reduced significantly. KCB has done this for over 150,000 people between the age of 18 and 35 so far, and those numbers are still climbing. You can be part of this program. You need to log on to www.kcbgroup.com/foundation and find out what's being done there under the Judiciary program, and you too can be part of that. All right, we're getting into it, and I know that you're joining us on our different platforms, on our streaming platforms of YouTube and Facebook, as well as on X, and this morning on KTN, as well as our radio around the country and indeed around the world. It is Justice Thursday, and we will be, we are already joined. We're speaking in the present. The Honourable Paul Ndemo is the Deputy Chief Registrar, and most recently, the Judiciary Chairperson, I beg your pardon, spokesperson. And he's here with us this morning again. Honourable Ndemo, good morning.
Good morning to you, Ndu.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
And a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
You're doing well?
Yes, I am.
And you're here wearing a different hat. As the brand new, we can see the ribbons and everything. As the brand new Judiciary spokesperson.
Yes.
So, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And as we move into this conversation, we'll be talking about Dialogue Day, Judiciary Dialogue Day, of course, and, conversations with the consumers of justice.
Yeah.
So maybe we can start with a couple of definitions and those things as we get into it, and, just give us an overview of that.
Yeah.
But let's welcome you properly. And, CT will even congratulate you by sharing today's proverb. And then even after we've congratulated you, we'll put you to work and ask you to please, translate the proverb and tell us what you think about it.
I hope it will be in English.
Well, it's CT, so you can only hope. Only until the words fall from his mouth.
Just for kicks, let's do it in Swahili.
Until the words fall. Yeah, this would be fun.
Swahili is an acceptable communication language in Kenya.
Do not.
I brought that on myself.
No. Do not be influenced by the enthusiasm of these two. I am going to read it in English.
Okay.
If they wish to translate it into Kiswahili, they can do so.
They can do so. All
yes.
right.
Yes. So,
and we shall.
Yes, exactly. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the United Republic of Tanzania.
Tanzania.
Yes.
Okay.
An empty sack cannot stand. A full sack cannot bend.
Gunia lisilo la kitu halisimami. Gunia lililojaa halipindiki.
Gunia lililojaa halipindiki.
Yes.
Haya. Sawa. Let's go with the English for now.
Okay, there we go.
I think at the Pindiki, that's where you lost him. He was doing okay.
Until the Pindiki.
Yes. Gunia he got.
To pinda is to bend.
To bend. Yes. All right, good. So my understanding of that is, first I grew up in a farming community. So I've done some growing of maize and all. And after the harvest, you put in maize in the sack. When it is dry, you put it in the sack. And so when the sack is filled up, then now going by what you've said, it doesn't collapse. The way I would take it is when you are together as a community, as a people, there's a lot you can do. There are things that you can do as a community that you cannot do if you are alone. And so part of the thing that I remember growing up, sometimes those sacks were actually used as props for you to stand on the sack to get to do something else. You can't do that on an empty sack because there's nothing. Yeah. So there is power in unity, and maybe that speaks to us as a community, as a nation. There is power. We can accomplish much more together as a community.
Indeed. Wow. Okay. I like this today.
Mm-hmm.
So as we start to get into Judiciary Dialogue Day, I'm very curious as to why it was necessary to have Judiciary Dialogue Day in the first place. The courts speak to us, the judicial system speaks to us every day in one way or another. And whether we're communicated to, whether we're able to give feedback, totally different story, but we're speaking every day. So why was it necessary to have, or why is it necessary to have a day on its own where the courts, or where the judiciary is speaking to its consumers?
Yeah. First, let me start by saying it's really been great having the Thursday justice. Every Thursday just coming here. Yeah. But you reckon that there is a very limited number that gets to hear what happens in the court. The justice conversations is not that many people. And so one of the ways we thought that we can get this out there is to have these dialogues across the country. And we do have, at the moment, we have what we call judiciary open days across our 140 plus court stations across the country. But these are planned, at different times. And so the courts engage members of the public, just talk about the courts, what we do, and that sort of thing. But we felt that it was important to have something that was coordinated this year, so that we have a conversation happening at the same time across the entire republic. And really the purpose is to engage the public, get to share what are the services that we are offering, sort of to demystify. Demystify what the court is.
Yes.
For those who have interacted with the courts like yourselves and others, it might look like it's normal thing. But I think to the average mwananchi, there's still some mystery around the court. And so this is just an effort to try to, just demystify that. Yeah.
What would you reckon are some of the issues that you would be having from people to ask questions about, or are unaware about, that they would come out in their numbers to want to know more of?
Certainly one of the big issues would be why the cases are taking long, questions around processes, some of the processes in court, which you find maybe an individual might think that it is the court that is causing, for example, a delay or, dealing with a matter in a particular way. But then now when mwananchi comes and then they want to find out, so what am I supposed to do when I have been charged with a traffic case? Is there a difference between a criminal case and a civil case? When I am charged with a case, do I go to this court or this other court? Is it the High Court? Is it the Magistrates Court? Is it the Qadhi's Court? Are there courts where I can take my small claim? I have someone owes me 70,000 shillings. Do I want to put myself in the system and I'm not sure how long it's going to take? How long would it take to adjudicate over my matter that is only 70,000 or 100,000 shillings? So I think the issue about delays, the issue about the different court processes, the court structure itself, and obviously also just following up on personal matters. People might feel like I filed my case here 2 years ago. I need to just get some direction as to where we are at.
Can I suggest one of the other issues might be, because like you say, we've had a Justice Thursday conversation for years every week. And one of the things that doesn't cease to be mentioned, even if it's not the subject matter that is at hand, is the whole issue of public defense and not being able to make bail or bond for whatever reason, and people being remanded.
Yes.
And folks want to ask the courts, okay, so, how are we going to deal with that?
Yes.
So those are one of the things that come out that people want to know. How can somebody be, in jail, not in prison, for 2 years because they've not been able to make bail of whatever, or because somebody has not defended them in court. They don't know their rights. How do people wanting to know, how do you fix things like that, and to be able to hear once and for all, okay, so what do we do? What about the people who are still in, who could have been at home trying to raise the 10,000 shillings or trying to raise the 5,000 shillings?
That's true. So we are opening the doors. This is completely open. So come to court, ask whatever question you want to ask, whether it's on bail and bond. You see, for some of these things, and we actually have policies. We have a bail and bond policy that talks about instances when bail may be given. You know, of course, there is the discretion of the magistrate or the judge to give that. But as you correctly point out, sometimes it's still hanging out there, it's still mysterious, and people wonder, so in what instances do I get, what kind of securities do I need to give? But then we are giving an opportunity so that a member of the public just come and ask any question that is bothering you, and we will be at hand to answer that question. So whether you are, driving past a court station, you can just drive in there and, be part of the congregation that is asking questions. Whether you are walking past, wherever it is, we are opening it up so that we can have that discussion. Judiciary is for the people. In fact, it is by the people, for the people. That is the opening line when you talk about judicial authority. That the judiciary is by the people, for the people.
Right.
You know, the judiciary for the longest time has been the boogeyman that you scare people with. Anyone hears of any matter that ends up in court, you conjure up the worst possible images. And over time, the judiciary has most certainly and definitively looked at ways of not mollifying the citizenry, but getting them to understand exactly how they function, what they do. And Judiciary Day is one of the ways in which they do this. My question, how do you measure the success of days like Judiciary Days? And how do you put these measurements against the measurement that the court has in determining the performance of its officers?
That's a great question. So, first of all, broadly speaking, we actually have an annual evaluation, which we call the performance measurement understanding, that we use to measure what is the performance of a particular court. And this is done for everybody, irrespective of rank, right from the lowest magistrate to the highest judges in the different courts. And part of the parameters that we actually use in that is the customer service. What is it that you are doing at the station level? We call them court stations. What are you doing at the court station? How are you interacting with the customer? And once in a while, we actually do surveys so that we're able to get now direct feedback from our stakeholders to ask them, how are we doing in terms of our service? What is the speed of service that we are giving you? Are you satisfied? What are some of the areas of improvement? And in this particular dialogue day that we are having tomorrow across the country, we actually want to have a survey after that, so that we ask the members of the public, because this is really, we are being very open and very forthright with the public. We want to tell them, can you tell us what are the pain points that you have? Have you had instances where somebody has asked you for a bribe, for example, in the court here? What are the problems you have experienced here? I see you smiling. I don't know whether that is
a bad or good omen.
It doesn't look like a very good omen.
I smiled because when you mentioned the bribe, I'm thinking of a facetious question. It says, did you consider the bribe they asked for reasonable or was it excessive? That's why I was smiling. Yes, that's why I was smiling, but then go on.
Yeah. So then we would want them to give us feedback. So that we get to know how was this. And we are trying to make it as open as possible. In fact, in some of the court stations, our courts are actually going to go into the markets, because that is the better place for them to be able to engage the courts Now, some of the experiences we've had in the past is that we've said we have open days and welcome members of the public to come so that we can have this engagement. And you find members of the public are standing outside the court premises. Because someone thinks, if I get into this court...
And they lock that gate.
And they lock this gate.
I won't come out.
You know, they might know that I have a problem.
It could be fueled by the imagery, because think about it, that the mere mention of somebody says, well, if you don't do this, I'm going to take you to the court. The fear that grips people is monumental.
That's true.
Without the realization that, you know what, maybe it was actually a good idea for you to go to court because you find yourself maybe wanting to pay somebody off, and maybe you would actually have gone to court and you would have been one in the right, for example.
That's very true.
So are these not opportunities for them to open that up and say, you know what, if somebody says I'm going to take you to court, say, well,
that's good.
Let's go.
That's good. That's the idea, actually.
Okay.
We want to try and demystify this thing.
And speaking of demystifying and feedback, I happened yesterday to, as we were preparing for today, to just decide to go through social media. And the court and lawyers are like yin and yang. And I think for the last month or so, there has been a tussle between the presidency of the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court in whole and certain councils. Now, in the eyes of the public, when they see that play, there is definitely a question arising in the minds of the people. And that's the elephant in the room, where fellows who cannot exist without each other, it's almost as if the lawyers will say the bench is corrupt, but if the bench is corrupt, the bar must be the one doing the corrupting.
The bench doesn't go out looking for cases. Cases are brought to them.
Exactly. So what exactly is this that is going on? What is this tussle? Because when you read it, lay people, we don't know what's going on. What is this tussle? And even better, newly minted spokesperson, how are you speaking to these naysayers?
Thank you for that, Mike. Let me say that you see, one of the reasons why we really want to engage the way we're engaging, the way we are now, is so that there can also be a better understanding of what is the role of the court. Because sometimes when there is a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation, then you find people getting to conclusions that then are not, are not accurate. So I cannot speculate for now why there is such vitriol, honestly, against the judiciary.
And the term vitriol is quite correct. It seems
it is really strong, and in our case, it's really unfortunate because if indeed there are issues, then you don't burn down the granary because you found some cockroaches. You don't burn the granary and then you say, we are going to build a new granary. You deal with the small issues that are there and then you move on. But I think the way some of the issues are actually being ventilated does not really serve the better and wider interests of the country. We really have to be mindful about the country. We have to be mindful about posterity. We have got the rule of law. We have got very clear ways of dealing with problems. So if it comes out that, we are fighting a particular institution, to what end? And there was so much pain that was taken by the framers of the Constitution to ensure that there was a separation of different actors, different arms of government, different institutions, also that there are proper checks and balances. And that that balance is a very delicate balance, and it should not be, just spoiled for reasons that when you look at it on the face, you wonder what exactly are we dealing with here.
And that brings me to my second question. There's something called the Judiciary Ombudsman.
Yes.
And then there's the JSC.
Yes.
Why aren't these institutions at the fore of, if the complaints are valid, why aren't these institutions, the Office of the Ombudsman and the Office and the Judicial Service Commission, are being activated? Because for me, as a layperson, it is very confusing, honestly, what is being said. But my understanding is that there are institutions that exist to resolve such issues. Yeah. So what's exactly happening?
Yeah. So those institutions are indeed there. We have the Judiciary Ombudsman. Yes, I will. Yes. I will do exactly that. The Judiciary Ombudsman Office, in fact, is headed by none other than the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic. That is how serious that function has been taken by the judiciary.
Yes.
And what that office does is to look at complaints that have, that emanate from across the country on a very wide range of issues. And so when those complaints are brought, whether it is about, service, delivery, performance, some kind of misconduct, then that team is activated and investigates those matters. Then those can be escalated depending on the severity, whether now to the Chief Justice to be dealt with at an administrative level, or to the Judicial Service Commission. So the Judicial Service Commission comes now to deal with serious cases of misconduct, and this could range from warnings where there has been some conduct but significant enough to be escalated to the commission, up to the point of dismissal, or even recommending a tribunal in the case of judges to the president for removal. So the commission is seized with that particular mandate, and that is what it does to ensure that we have that accountability. So both institutions exist and are working, dealing with the particular issues that, that are there.
Has the office of the Ombudsman, because that has more direct access to the smaller complaints, actually done any punishments, any administrative actions against certain judicial officers?
Yes, quite a bit actually, I must add.
Okay.
Because out of that we have, they do things like spot checks, for example. Just go around the courts, you hear there's a complaint in a particular court, maybe in Kajiado, and without even notice, they may just do a spot check, come and verify whether what is being complained about is true, and then take action. So we have many cases where complaints have been received of whatever nature. Sometimes they're processed, because sometimes they could just be administrative issues. So there's a complaint about a staff member or a magistrate who doesn't come to work. That matter is then escalated to the Chief Justice. A process is then initiated to confirm all those facts, and then depending on the outcome of that investigation, the person could receive a warning, or eventually they could actually just be dismissed if it is a persistent problem. And we've had many of such cases done by the ombudsperson. So it's a variety of different complaints and issues that come.
So we're going to go to break in a minute, but just before we do that, so these conversations take place. The assumption is that folks from the public come and say, look, I have an issue with this. This is what I want to clarify. From what I understand, the very reason behind this is to open it up and let it be transparent in terms of ongoings within the judiciary. So what then do you do after you hear these issues from folks? What do you do with that information, and how do you say we're going to address this? One of those issues being one of the things that we've seen most recently, and I asked this question yesterday to a lawyer, and I said, court orders, for example, are binding, are they not?
They are.
They said yes. I said, the law is supreme, especially that of the Constitution. Is it? Yes. So when the court, as an arm of government, not the forgotten stepsister, as an arm of government,
full
arm of government, says certain things must happen under, His Honor Ndemo. This is the order that has been given, for example.
Yes.
And if I, Ndu, or CT as an individual, fails to honor a court order, I would be in the back of a truck, real quick, held in contempt of court. But it would appear as though there are others for which, it's a little bit more lenient.
No, it's a suggestion.
It's just like, I've given a court order and I've told you must do this. It's like, okay, yeah, well, the wind is blowing. Let's see where it will blow.
Think about it.
I can think about it and do whatever I want to do with it. It seems as though the speculation is rife, Honorable Ndemo, that there are certain people for which court orders are serious, and then there are certain people for which court orders are a suggestion. You really don't have to abide by them if you don't feel like, on a Wednesday afternoon. That's speculation. Yeah. And it's amongst very, very many Kenyans today. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. How do you deal with that?
You correctly said that we are all bound by the Constitution, by the law. In fact, there's a very specific provision in the Constitution that in either the formulation of policy, in the implementation of a law, we must bear in mind and apply the Constitution. And in particular, if you're a public servant, then that is even more serious for you. So the understanding is that anything that you are supposed to do that is lawful, and particularly when an issue like a court order comes to whoever it is, that court order must be adhered to. In fact, there is even case law that stipulates very clearly that even where you think that court order is void, or where you think that court order is not proper, you are still bound to obey that court order.
What if you were busy attending to other matters?
Court order takes precedence. You're supposed to follow and obey that court order. Because failing to do that, then you start creating a situation where you are undermining the authority of the court. When you undermine judicial authority, which, as I told you at the beginning, actually is derived from the people, you are undermining the very foundation of the society. So it is absolutely important for public officers, for state officers, when a court order has been given, you need to comply with that court order. You don't need to, you don't need anybody to whip you and follow you to do that. It is taken, you need to do that.
All right.
Yeah.
The Honourable Paul Ndemo is our guest this hour on Justice Thursday, the Deputy Chief Registrar as well as the Judiciary spokesperson. And we're having conversations this hour about judiciary dialogue conversations, and then what they do with those conversations as members of the public come out tomorrow to say these are our issues. And we'll take a break at this point and continue with the Honourable Ndemo right after this. Good morning. It's 24 to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions at 17 in Nairobi, and we'll see cloudy conditions at 16 in Nakuru, while it's partly sunny at 17 in Nyeri. Light rain showers in Eldoret at 17, while Mombasa at 28 is sunny. Malindi at 27 is sunny as well. 21 and cloudy in Kisumu, with 20 and cloudy conditions in Kakamega. Mostly sunny at 22 in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny. Johannesburg at 19, sunny conditions as well, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny. Addis Ababa at 16, sunny conditions through Thursday. It's partly cloudy at 26 in Lagos, and heavy rain now in Kinshasa at 23.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
We are still in traffic hour, and we see some of that traffic coming off of Naivasha Road, actually quite heavy in and outbound today. So you're going to have to deal with that as you come past the Kikuyu to Naivasha Road Junction. So that's busy there. Gong Road will also take off some of that busyness as you head towards the City Mortuary roundabout and then on towards the CBD. Langata Road traffic, quite something as you come towards Magadi Road at the junction, and then Magadi Road itself is quite heavy as you're coming in from Multimedia University. It is heavy as you get towards Aerodrome, and a little bit of traffic on Jago Road as well this morning. Kangunda Road coming in from Jiru has been busy all morning, and we're still looking at heavy traffic coming in on Survey on the Thika Superhighway, and then also on Kiambu Road as well. A couple of lanes of traffic here, as well as Limu Road. Limu Road looks like it's going to do that thing of busyness and bumper to bumper for some time. So we're keeping an eye on all of this with your help to keep things moving this morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Demo is our guest for Justice Thursday today, the Deputy Chief Registrar as well as Judiciary spokesperson. And we're looking into judiciary conversations, an open day to have Kenyans come and ask questions that they do have.
Yes. So one of the things that I think Kenyans are mixed up about, and some of the conversations allude to as if the Supreme Court is responsible and in charge of every decision the courts make. Basically saying that the corruption they insinuate is that the Supreme Court can influence the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal, the High Court. Please define for Kenyans what is the structure of the judiciary. How do judges have independence of decision, and confirm to us whether Martha Koome can call Magistrate Ndu and say, by the way, there is that silver fox called City. Please forgive him.
Yes.
Because that's a picture that's being drawn out there. So please give us the structure. Tell us about the judicial and independence that judges actually do enjoy in this country, and give people clarity. Because if that's not explained, then the conspiratory ideas that are being propagated seem to find legs.
That's true.
Yeah, because you remember, Moi had a red phone that used to go to whichever judge he wants. Does that red phone still exist?
So we are told.
Yes, so we are told.
That's an excellent question.
Yes.
The Chief Justice today cannot pick up the phone and call a magistrate who was appointed yesterday, who still doesn't have experience, and direct that magistrate at the lowest level to make a decision one way or the other. In fact, if that magistrate is sufficiently courageous, can take that matter to the commission and say, the Chief Justice picked up the phone and told me, with regard to this matter, rule in this way or the other way. What am I saying? The decisional, what we call decisional independence, means that every magistrate, every kadhi, every judge is responsible for their decision. We do not have a chain of command like you would have, for example, in the police or in the disciplined forces. You don't have that in the judiciary. That is why you have an appeal structure right from the beginning. So let that magistrate make their decision, hear the case, make their decision. If the person does not agree with that decision, then you move to the next level and up and up and up. And just to to break this down further, the court structure, we start right from down. We have the magistrates' courts. The magistrate courts listen to things of limited value across the board. In civil matters, then you also have criminal matters. From the magistrates' courts and other courts at that level, like the Kadhi's courts, they deal with matters, on that lower scale. Qadhi's court, of course, deal with matters to do with Islamic law, things to do with succession and all. But from the magistrates' courts, you then go to the High Court. So if there is a matter that you are not satisfied with, then you appeal.
Okay.
You go to the High Court, or you can go to the court of what you call a court of equal status, the Employment and Labor Relations Court, dealing with employment matters, or the Environment and Land Court, dealing with land matters. Should you not be satisfied there, then there is an avenue for some cases to go to the Court of Appeal. Then from the Court of Appeal again, should you not be satisfied, you can go to the Supreme Court. But of course, there's a definition of which are some of the matters that can go. There are some matters that in terms of appeal, they may end at the High Court if they're coming from the Magistrates Court. Then others that start from the High Court could go right all the way to the Supreme Court, or sometimes end at the Court of Appeal level. So nobody can call a judicial officer, magistrate, Qadhi, whoever, you cannot call and tell them to rule one way or the other. That is very serious misconduct. So sometimes when you see the judiciary is being blamed, the judiciary has decided that this is how the law is going to be changed. It is not really the judiciary. On the one hand, it is not really the judiciary. It is the law that we gave ourselves as a country, and that is the best practice across the world. That an individual has got decisional independence so that they can make that decision without interference from anybody, including the Chief Justice, including whoever it is. Let them make that decision. And that way, we are able to maintain a very good balance in terms of justice. It is not about whom do you know, who is, who has got more power. Otherwise, the work of the Chief Justice, or like in the courts we have what we call presiding judges in charge of those courts, or heads of station.
Wait, define presiding judges.
All right.
Like the Court of Appeal has a president, I think.
The Court of Appeal has a president.
Okay.
So what we have in the, let's start from the Supreme Court.
Okay.
The Supreme Court has got somebody who is in charge of that Supreme Court. It happens to be the Chief Justice. So the Chief Justice is the president of the Supreme Court. So you're both the Chief Justice and the head of that court as the president.
Okay, so the head of that court.
The head of that court.
Not the head of courts.
Now, on the other hand, as the Chief Justice again, now administratively, the whole judiciary is under you. So we distinguish that.
Administratively is the whole judiciary.
Exactly.
But court-wise, she's the president of the Supreme Court.
President of the Supreme Court. But even that is administrative because, again, even in that court, the Chief Justice cannot tell this judge in the Supreme Court, this is what you'll do, this is what you'll do. So it is the person who is sort of coordinating. Let's call it like a coordinator. At the Court of Appeal, you have the president of that court, who again is the first among equals, just to organize the operations of that court. Then when we now go to the other courts I talked about, the High Court has a principal judge.
Okay.
The principal judge is responsible for all the High Court judges across the country. So again, that is an administrative function, a coordination function. It is not to interfere with their decisional independence. The Employment Court has also got a principal judge. The Environment Court, the same. Then when you go down now to the court stations, the ones across the country, in each of those court stations, we have got what we call a head of station. A head of station is a magistrate. The highest magistrate in that station in terms of, their ranking. So typically, if you have a chief magistrate, it will be either that, if it's a principal magistrate, and considering other factors. But typically, it will be one of the seniors in the station. So that person is responsible for the functioning of the court at that level. So they would see how is the performance here, in charge of the staff complement, what are the things we need to do to achieve our role here as the court. How are we engaging with our stakeholders in that particular court, but never to call a magistrate in that station and tell them, there's someone who came to see me yesterday, and I'd like you to really consider. This person has been, they've done one or two things, or rule in this way. They cannot do that.
They can't do that.
They cannot.
So they're
do that.
bound by a particular conduct.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody's bound by that conduct.
All right. I would imagine that the same conduct then is what judicial officers are bound by when it comes to issues of corruption.
Yes.
And of course, it's a big ticket item. And I know that in these conversations, we just know that in the conversations that people will come out and have tomorrow, quite a significant amount of them would probably be individual issues that they have had using the courts or my lawyer and conduct of lawyers and things like that. The individual experience will probably take quite a good chunk of those conversations and what you would do about them. But in the periphery of mind is this issue that we see kind of doing the rounds. And far be it from us not to mention it and say, okay, so then when we talk about being bound by a code of conduct, and it would come as a question, then how do you deal with the issues, overt or not, as they may be, when it comes to issues of corruption within the judiciary? Because it'll affect my case that I bring to court today, or somebody brings me to court, if the mere whiff of a suggestion that officer could be compromised in one way or another. How do we deal with that?
That's a very good question. And let me just start from the point of saying that, a lot of things about corruption, first of all, are perception. And I'll be the last person to sit here and defend corruption. And I will say, we, first of all, as an administration, as a leadership, we do not tolerate corruption. What happens, though, for these matters to be dealt with is that where somebody has got, some evidence about some corrupt conduct, it is important that that evidence is brought together with accompanying the complaint so that it can then be processed. Remember, the system that we have in our country, our justice system, is what we call adversarial system, where you give your side of the story, another person gives their side of the story, and then you have an independent umpire or a referee to listen to this case. So, invariably, what we have found is that many of the complaints that are given, you find that somebody was just unhappy about the outcome of a case.
Okay.
So we take this case to court, and everybody, of course, is hoping for a positive outcome for their matter, but it goes the other way. And then you find all these suggestions flying that it must be because this other person was compromised. And you find many of those matters, when they are brought to the commission, because those are the matters that now come to the commission dealing with those complaints. When you ask for evidence, somebody says, but if you look at the way this judge or magistrate decided on this particular case, there is no way they'd have found that this was the outcome. They refused to listen to me, the blah blah blah, those kind of things. And when the commission looks at that, the commission just says, look, this for us is what we call a merit-based complaint. That the court, having heard everything it did, made this decision, but this other person was unhappy, and therefore they are almost using the commission as an appeal, as an avenue for appeal
of their case.
And that is why it is important, if you have very specific evidence, something to suggest. It could be a text message. It could be something from someone saying, bring this thing here or whatever. When that is brought, then that is looked at a different level. Because remember, as we said, the decisional independence means that if I make a decision that you are not happy with, then you take it to the next level, so that way then that matter can be challenged at that level. And we have seen in the justice system, and not just in Kenya, across the world, a matter starts from down, it goes to the High Court, the High Court overturns it, it goes to the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal says, no, High Court, you are wrong, the lower court was right. So, and in all those instances, we have, the experience we have is that there are stories just swirling around that, no, this guy was compromised, others like that. And we have very many stories again of judges, magistrates, who, after some years, you are told. In fact, there's one recently who was just telling us, the wife used to be a judicial officer, and the wife was very comfortable just doing her work. And I know them, people of integrity, believe in doing things right. And the magistrate one time was in court, made a decision, gave her judgment, and it was against one of the parties, obviously. Yeah. So this party just stood up in court and said, Madam, mbona unafanya hivyo? Na tulikuwa tumeongea. That is how she got to know something had happened. Because somebody was collecting on her behalf. In her name. So a member of the public thinks this definitely is a syndicate here.
Yes.
So we need to just be aware that that does exist.
Riddle me this. There's a society, it's called the Law Society of Kenya.
Yes.
Which essentially represents lawyers. It even has 2 seats, I think, in the Judicial Service Commission.
Yes, 2 seats.
How is the relationship, and not the legal, court relationship, but the relationship between the Law Society and the judiciary? How is that managed? Because a lot of the time, the people, in fact, I don't think normal Kenyans complain about courts as much as lawyers do. And I'm curious, this society called Law Society and the judiciary, how is that relationship?
I would say it's the wearer of the shoe who feels the pinch. So maybe mwananchi, because they may not interact as closely as the Law Society, they may not feel some of the pain points. And I'm not here to say that we are perfect. There are issues that we are also dealing with and grappling with. If I may tell you the example of what we call the e-filing, electronic filing of all our matters across the country. I tell you that at the beginning, of course, like any new system, we had teething problems, and you are trying to do this, the internet is down, you are trying to upload stuff. The people, some of the greatest, the biggest resistance we had was from some lawyers. Because they were like, now this thing is not working, the system is down and all. Mwananchi may not know that. But the same lawyers today now are the ones who are like, this thing is good because I can sit in my office in Nairobi and I can prosecute a matter in Kajiado.
Yes.
I'll be listening to another one in Malindi, in the High Court, and the last one in Nanyuki. And I don't have to spend money having either travel, and of course if it's traveling, I'll only go to one location. Yes. So now, because this matter is at 10, this other one is at 12, the other one is in the afternoon, I can save on that cost and be able to do it here.
Indeed.
So they are the ones who may feel some of the issues, and sometimes, unfortunately, as it's just a human thing, you tend to be very critical of something that you are close to. Not necessarily that it is bad, but if 2 out of 20 things are not working, so when you talk about the 2 things, it looks like, there is a whole problem, but we have a whole 18 things that are working.
This situation that we discuss, yes, it is true what you say, but it goes beyond that in this sense. We have a situation where, at one level, people are simply resisting change. And that's a human thing. They're used to doing things in a certain way. They're used to moving files, because file is a physical thing, and a human being has to move it. And that human being, at your behest, could move it wherever you want it to go, as opposed to going where it should. Then there is an onslaught, and it's clear and it's obvious. There is the assumption that what we're discussing only happens in this country. In the US, after the election that President Biden won, something happened on Capitol Hill. And the aftermath was interesting because the gentleman who lost the election and who is currently the president of the US accused the Senate, accused the judicial system, accused the police. Everyone's against him. Yet, when matters were taken to court, there was evidence that he had actually asked certain electoral officials in the state of Georgia to overturn the results. They said, these are the results. But he said, no, guys. There was evidence he actually communicated that. In the UK, we had similar problems during Boris, where we had a case where people were seeking asylum. Remember this talk of take them to Rwanda first, where some of them may be domiciled, okay? And again, at that point in time, the attack was on the judiciary and on lawyers who were bringing these matters to the courts. It was lawyers were threatened. Judicial officers were called names. Essentially, it was the politicians who went completely and utterly rogue.
Yes.
Now, we have something similar here, where the judiciary makes decisions, and you will find certain select politicians coming out to actually point fingers and say they can't be right. And you're thinking, Chief, you're not even a lawyer. I mean, so why is it that you are offering an opinion on a subject that you are really not the best person to do so? When you talk of independence within the judiciary, are we therefore saying that the independence is under threat?
Especially in the last 2-3 months?
We are very firm, I will tell you that, as the judiciary, because we realize if you allow that threat or any appearance of threat to get to you, then you are going to have a society that is going down the drain. Obviously, in terms of parties wanting to have their own way, and this being an adversarial system, everybody would want to try and do things one way or the other. But it is extremely important that the independence of the institution is protected, and that is why by law, one of the responsibilities of the Judicial Service Commission is to promote, actually protect the independence of the judiciary. So threats can come from different places for whatever reasons. And one of the things that we have publicly said, the Chief Justice has said that, and I have had the pleasure to listen to the two former Chief Justices speak at a function. And what they said is very poignant. They said, would you know, and it was a function where we had politicians, different politicians. This is what they said. They said, the greatest beneficiaries of an independent judiciary, probably more than the other people, is you politicians. Because you need to have a strong, independent judiciary that will stand firm, be an independent umpire, irrespective of whatever is brought before that judiciary. If you don't have a strong judiciary that is independent, it could stand for you today, but tomorrow
it would fall. Talk about two sacks, one empty, one full. Thank you so much for being our guest this hour. The Honourable Paul Ndemo is the Deputy Chief Registrar as well as Judiciary spokesperson, and those insights have been very interesting for us to have today. We look forward to discussing with you in the future. Good morning. It's 9:01.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubag. The East African heads of state, under the chairmanship of President William Ruto, have called for a cessation of hostilities and protection of diplomatic missions in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The call followed a virtual meeting convened by President Ruto over the conflict. The leaders urged the conflicting parties to facilitate access to humanitarian support for the affected people. The EAC heads of state further noted that President Ruto will engage the chairperson of the South African Development Community for a joint summit to discuss the way forward. The leaders further urged President Felix Tshisekedi to engage the M23 and all other armed groups as well as all other critical stakeholders to arrive at a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Meanwhile, Rwandan President Paul Kagame has lashed out at his South African counterpart over the escalating clashes in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. This after Ramaphosa took to his X account announcing that his nation lost 13 soldiers who were part of a peacekeeping mission in DRC, calling on the involved parties to silence their guns. In a swift rebuttal, President Kagame called Ramaphosa out for distorting and misrepresenting agreements they made during earlier talks held this week.
For the last 2 days, on Monday and today this morning, I spoke with the President of South Africa, who sought me out to speak with me on this matter because of their involvement in Eastern Congo. And he's also there pretending to be playing a peacemaker role. And he has a force that has been fighting alongside FDLR and has been fighting the M23 on the instructions of Tshisekedi, because these are people who are not supposed to be in Congo, that these are from Rwanda, or the M23 are not Rwandans, please. These are Congolese, and one time he accepts it, then another time he says no, part of it is yes, and then the other part is from Rwanda, and these are he keeps on going. And how do we, leaders of our own countries, accept this to go on forever and just accept that we shall be manipulated by Tshisekedi or whoever is supporting him?
The High Court will today deliver a ruling on whether former Migori Governor Okoh and two others have a case to answer in the murder of Sharon Otieno and her unborn baby. Obado, alongside Michael Oyamo and Casper Lobiero, are facing charges related to the brutal killing of the expectant university student in 2018. The decision will determine whether they'll be placed on their defense or acquitted. On November 8th last year, parties completed final submissions in the case, with Obado arguing that the prosecution failed to present a strong case against him. And still in matters of court, the High Court will today determine whether Director of Public Prosecutions Renson Ngonga will be granted additional time to review the charges against 12 senior police officers accused of killing baby Pendo and 39 others in 2017. The DPP has indicated that he wishes to amend the charge sheet, as one of the suspects, Mohammed Ba, retired superintendent of police, has disappeared without a trace. Justice Muga had that Ba retired from the National Police Service in July 2021 and has not been seen since. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop, your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger Show on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
Are you ready to become Kenya's next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best and walk away with over 1 million Kenyan shillings in grand prizes? Auditions are open for Kenya Star Search on Saturday 1st of February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by Skiza, Techno Kenya, Sunlink, Wairimu Kenya, and Boomplay.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, a quick look at what's happening with traffic. On the Thika Superhighway, we're still looking at survey with some bumper-to-bumper traffic as you get towards the Pangani Underpass. It's not too painful anymore on Kangunda Road. Just some traffic coming in from Jiro, little spots here and there, but I think you'll be fine. And on Gong Road, that traffic that was coming in on Naivasha Road, still pretty heavy, but you should be able to get through it soon enough. It should be a thing of the past, literally. Limuru Road still has some traffic. I'll take a quick look at what's coming off Magadi Road. Still heavy traffic all the way from Multimedia University, then coming and touching on Langata Road, and so that still continues right about now. The Eastern Bypass, yeah, there it is. Traffic still going towards North Airport Road, joining with what's coming off of Outer Ring. So all in time, my friends, all in time. Talk to us as well so we can keep things moving as we share information. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
It's 9 o'clock and we continue with conversations this hour. And as you continue to click into the show on our live streams on X, on Facebook and on YouTube. John Gishoki, good morning. We see you definitely. And also to our audience on KTN. Good morning. Into the fourth hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. And we've been talking about KCB Foundation, the 2Jajiri program. And we'll talk to one of the participants of that program right about this hour. And he's here with us this morning. Joseph Mbithi Musiemi is a KCB Foundation 2Jajiri program participant, and you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
You're well?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good to have you in the room.
Good to have you too.
Before you start to tell us about, your experiences under this program and what you've then been able to achieve, CT is going to welcome you to the show with today's proverb.
Yeah.
You tell us what you think about that and how you would interpret that.
All right.
Okay.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week, ending tomorrow, are from the United Republic of Tanzania.
Yes.
The proverb: an empty sack cannot stand. A full sack cannot bend.
I beg your pardon?
Hiyo ni sawa kabisa.
Yeah.
Yeah, hata mimi when I read it, I beg my own
You beg your own pardon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now you're on the right track.
Yeah.
An empty sack, gunia, ambayo liko tupu, cannot stand. A full sack cannot bend.
According to me, I think it's that if you don't have something, definitely you can't achieve something. But once the moment you have something, you're good to go.
Very good. Meaning, if you have nothing,
yeah,
with which to try and pursue what you want to achieve, you will not achieve it.
Yeah.
But the moment you are given the means to do something, then you can actually achieve what you set out to do.
Yeah.
Okay, in one case, one is empty, the other one is full.
Yeah.
Sawa kabisa.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so Joseph, you are a 2Jajiri participant under the KCB Foundation and that particular program, right? So tell us a little bit about how you got into the program in the first place and why did you need to get into the program?
Okay, I got the program through a friend of mine who I had a talk about it, and I felt it was a good thing. I tried my luck, and that's how I managed to get the program. Yeah.
Okay, this luck that you speak of, walk us through it. What did you do? First of all, what did you hear exactly from your friend? And then, when you heard it, what do you do? tell us in detail. I took this, I wrote here, I called so and so, I walked here. Namna hiyo.
Yeah. Now after I heard about it, I thought about it. I felt it was a good thing, and that's how I began to follow up.
Yes.
What they need, how do you go about it, and that's when I took a step towards it.
Okay, what did you do? This step, okay, you walked forward, and then what did you do?
Yeah, now I heard about the date.
Did you apply somewhere?
Yes, I did. I applied online.
Yes.
And that's when the KCB called me. And after they called me, they invited me for an interview.
Yes.
I went for the interview, and that's how I got this.
Tell us about this interview. What did they want to know?
And what were you being interviewed for?
Yes.
Yeah. The interview
let's go back. What did you apply for?
Yes.
I applied to do a beauty therapy. Yeah.
Beauty therapy.
Yeah.
This is interesting. You're going to tell us about this.
Well, yeah. What is beauty therapy? First, I don't think City and I know.
No, I honestly don't know.
Okay. Don't know what beauty therapy.
For us, beauty is something you have or you don't.
Or you behold it.
Oh yeah, we mostly behold.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe Joseph can help you. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah, beauty, it entitles many things. And I would say it's a way of making someone look much better, someone look good, and so on, vitu kama hizo. Yeah.
Mimi sasa.
Yeah.
How do we make you look better?
Mimi, better and good, I love. So essentially, your training, na fundisho, was that so someone like me, so if I came to you, sasa sumaliza course, okay? If I were to look better, stop laughing, you people.
So sorry.
That's why I gave myself an example. I didn't ask about somebody else. It's myself.
Yes.
Okay? Okay. First of all my teeth, as you can see, are intact. And the teeth is here mine.
Yes.
I've not gotten them somewhere else. Okay, they're mine. All right. Now, how would I look better? What would you need to do for me to look better?
Yeah, there's things like facial.
Okay. Facial.
Yeah. Once a facial is done to you, you look more... you look more handsome, you look more beautiful if you're a lady, na vile nimeanza tu kusema,
yes,
it entitles many things.
There's
barbering, there is makeup, there is there's those makeups, there's barbering, kuna hizo vitu mingi.
Barbering ni kunyoa nywele, ndio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually go through the training of how to do it well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Na hiyo inaambatana na jinsi mteja anataka umfanyie hiyo kazi, sio?
Yeah, inaambatana pia.
Yes.
Na pia kuna vile ukisoma utakuwa in a good position.
Yes.
Once umeangalia mtu utajua like this face needs this kind of facial, needs this kind of makeup, and then you will be able to advise your clients what to use, the product is, and so on.
Okay. If facial umeitaja sasa mara kadhaa, what is it exactly? What do you do so that mimi kwa mfano nimekuja kwako?
Yeah.
You've looked at me.
Yeah.
So beauty hiyo tutoe kando. Tuseme tu facial unataka kufanya, sio?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Facial, first you start by studying the face of the client.
All right.
There is a oil face, kuna non-oil face, kuna dry face. So depending na
weka break. Angalia sura yangu. Hii sura ni oily, dry, angalia, niambie. What do you see?
It is not oil and it is not
dry.
It's a combination.
Yeah.
Face yangu iko hapo katikati.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing?
It is. And very healthy.
Okay, so this is interesting. So did you learn all of these things during the course that you took, or did you know them before?
Yeah, I knew about them before. It's only that I didn't know the procedures, that the best product is to use, and so on. So after now, I went to school, nikasoma. That's when I got that knowledge ya kujua, you know, this is what you're supposed to do. Yeah, na hizo vitu.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you took the course, what did you think you wanted to do with the skills that you would get afterwards?
Personally, I wanted to get the skills because I've always wanted to employ myself. Now, I was, even before I got the scholarship, I was also, I had already employed myself, still in the same industry. So after I got the opportunity, I felt so good because it has given me more opportunity ya kujua zile vitu nafaa kufanya for me to achieve my dream.
You know, hapo kwa vitu ambavyo unafaa kufanya. Unajua kuna sehemu mbili ya biashara. Sehemu ya kwanza is ile kazi unafanya, ile product unatengeneza. Kwa mfano sasa hivi wewe unarembesha watu. Ukienda kwenye training walikuonyesha mambo ya kusema accounting, investing, ya kujiwekea rasilimali na kuweza kujiongeza kibiashara, yani expansion. Ulifundishwa vitu hivyo pia?
Yeah, kuna hizo courses and entrepreneurship. So now you learn on how to manage a business, on how to start one if you don't have, how to manage it, how to save, and all those things.
Is that working for you?
Yes, it is. Yes, so it is.
Tell me, before, and I like the fact that you are, ulikuwa tayari unafanya hizi kazi. I want you to tell me in terms of ubora wa maisha yako, the standard of living before and after. How would you compare your life?
Yeah. I will say that I'm very much better because what I was doing before I got the scholarship, I used to sell those beauty products and so on. Zile unakuanga tu na your mind ya hii inafanya, you know, this works. But now after I got the hiyo masomo imenisaidia sana kwa sababu pia nimeimprove on the product zile nilikuwa naleta, nimeweza kuleta zingine zaidi na zaidi na zaidi, na pia kukua able to explain to my clients how this product works and also using them to my clients zenye singeweza kufanya hapo before I got the skills.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you did the course for 6 months? Or how long did you do the course for?
I managed to get 2 scholarships with KCB. And one was going for 3 months. And then you go for an internship of 1 month. So it was 4 months.
4 months.
4 months, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you finished, what did you finish with? What did they give you when you were done with the training?
Once we were done in the training, we have not yet gotten our certificates.
Oh, when did you finish?
Around 2024 June up.
Okay, so about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
8 months ago now. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but the college reached to us and they told us that they are working on the certificates and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did you get after you finished? Apart from, so now, as when you finish the course, what happens next? Essentially, I guess is the question that I'm asking.
Yeah. After you finish the course, there are toolkits that are provided by KCB, and these toolkits, they normally do take some time. After you finish the course, they take some time. To my side, the cohort that we were, we have not yet gotten the toolkits, but we were told zetu zitaanza kutoka on February this year. Yeah.
So do you know what's going to be in your toolkit?
Yeah, we had an idea of what is going to be in our toolkits.
Which is?
Everyone gets a toolkit depending on the course that you took. If it is hairdressing, you get now the iso dryers, the things that will enable you to start that business. Yeah.
Okay.
What I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Beauty.
Yes.
There are many people who will be listening who may want to do beauty. Some may not have the knowledge you had before you got the scholarship.
Yeah.
And perhaps some may even be in a position where they already have the knowledge, they haven't got the scholarship, and they'll be wondering, what do you need to do this business? So the toolkit, okay, umetaja hair dryer.
Yeah.
What else forms part of the toolkit? Nini tena ambayo unatarajia mtu anaweza kutaka ili akamilishe kile kinachohitajika na kazi hii ambayo umesomea?
Yeah. At the end of the day, the organization won't give you complete.
No, they won't.
Yeah. So it is upon you. Once you get the toolkit that you get, ni wewe uende uitumie vizuri, you'll be able to save, and then after saving you're going to get now the rest of the things that you want for you to make a full if it's a spa, if it's a salon, for you to be able to get the full salon or whatever you. Yes.
What is it? Unajua umesema nikaa tunajua. What is this toolkit?
Now this toolkit inakupea zile basic things in that kama tuseme kama ni hiyo hairdressing, kama ni nail technology, unaenda unapata hizo the basic things zenye you can't work without.
Unapewa hiyo kitu from with KCB, you buy it yourself, do they give you a grant? What happens for you to start?
For you to, first
after
of all,
training, of course.
Yeah, first of all, you have to finish the training. You have to do the exams, and then that's when that's when you are listed, and then that's how wana follow up after umeingia course, umefanya, umeenda umemaliza. Now that's when you are able to get the toolkit. Otherwise, if you start the course, maybe mwezi moja mbili umesema, I started this, maybe I want to quit, or vitu kama hizo, you'll not get the toolkit. Yeah, but after you complete the course and you umalize zile nini zenye wamesema, that's when you will be able to get the toolkit.
Okay. Yeah. So what do you Go ahead. What do you hope to do now? You've finished the certificate course, waiting on your toolkit. Before that, you had already started your own business.
Yeah.
What do you hope to do now that you have more skills?
Yeah, I hope to grow and grow and grow, and maybe get other people. Maybe get a good spa, a good salon, a big one, and then at the same time, you see, not each and everyone will be able to get these scholarships, and at the end of the day, I always believe that if you want to achieve something, if you put those efforts, you believe in yourself, you trust yourself, you will be able to kufika mahali unataka kufika, even if you don't get the scholarship. So my aim na nini yangu zaidi ni kuangalia ndo pia nione nime-empower other people, because when it comes to beauty, vitu zingine especially mimi mwenyewe nilianza kuziangalia, just naenda kwa a friend of mine anatengeneza kucha, and then you learn those steps, because they are just steps. If you are keen about it, you will get them. Now you will be able to, you can even practice with your sister, with your friends, and then at the end of the day utapata hata ukienda shule, you're like ni kama uko 50 or 40%, you know everything. So mwalimu ni kwenda
kujaliza tu hii.
Yeah, kujaliza sasa ile imenini. Kwa hivyo hope yangu ni if I get that support with the KCB kupata hizo nini, pia at least niweze hiyo kazi yangu ikuwe kubwa. If I get someone out there who is willing to learn, at least I can still pass the skills, hata kama hatapata zote 100%, but you can also empower another person and you grow together. Yeah, that's my aim, and that's what I'm looking forward to, since now I have the skills.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that there are folks in the market today who maybe are doing the business but are not doing it right because they don't have the skills that they need?
Yes, definitely. I think there are people, because that sometimes unaendanga place pia we mwenyewe, and then what you expect kwa hiyo spa, kwa hiyo kinyozi, maybe it's not what you got. So it means maybe this person is unprofessional, kitu kama hiyo na vitu kama hizo. So I think there are people who are doing it, but they're not doing it in the right way because they don't have the skills. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, when you talk about a goal that you have,
yeah.
Okay, let's picture an ideal situation where you meet, specifically,
yeah.
the goals that you set out to meet.
Yeah.
Let's say in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
What do you want to see? Your own salon? Your own spa?
Yeah.
How many people do you want to see working with you? 2 people, 3 people? How big do you want to grow?
I think that has no limit. I just want to grow and grow and grow and be one of the best people who are doing the best one in the market when it comes to beauty, because it's something that I'm doing it with passion. It's something that I love since kitambo nikiwa mdogo. You could find me na hizo stuff za kunini nywele. So it's something that is within me. I love it. I love doing it. Yeah, so I think I have no limit. I want to grow. I want to have good spas. It's one of the best that are offering the best services. Na pia ni empower pia watu wengine. Wengine pia mlisoma na wao, unasikia mtu anakupigia simu anakuambia maybe I didn't get a chance. I'm looking forward to bring those people, together. Pia wengine wapate hiyo opportunity ya kunini. So I want to grow and grow and grow.
So wacha nikuulize, your whole experience and journey with this Tujiajiri program.
Yeah.
How would you rate it? How good was it? Yeah. How would you recommend it to other people?
Yeah. I will say it is the best thing. For me, it was a dream come true because getting such an opportunity, and these courses, especially these courses, the beauty ones, they are too expensive.
Yes.
Once you go to an institution, you're given that fee structure, you check it. It's for you to do a shorter course for like those 3 months and on, it will cost you 130,000, which many of youth, especially right now, it is very hard for you to get it. So I'll say KCB has done a very good thing. It is the best. It has helped so many people, me being one of them. So they are doing totally good thing, and it's the best thing. And also on the other hand, I'll say they are partnering with the best institutions. Once you go like the institution that I was, they used to kwanza kama umemaliza hiyo course, within that timeline, na director wa hiyo shule alikuwa anatupatia opportunity. Kama anakwambia I had you one more week, unaweza kuja, unaweza perfect kama kuna kitu kwa hizo vitu zote, kwa sababu kuna after umesoma kuna ile kitu utakuwa unataka sana, so unakuja anakupatia like a whole week, 2 weeks, and if you determined, you will be able to achieve it.
Indeed.
Very nicely.
That's amazing. And I think there's a lot that you've been able to get, and even as you wait on your certification and wait on the toolkit that's going to take you towards the next, the next stage, you've been able to share with us useful insights into how this has helped you, from where you were before to where you are now, and essentially where you will go into the future. And we want to thank you for sharing those insights with us this morning.
Thank you.
Joseph Mbithi Musiemi is a participant in the KCB Foundation Tujiajiri program, and he's been talking to us about his journey, about how he's been able to use gather certain skills and what they will do for him in the future. Most who do that under the KCB Foundation Tujiajiri program have been able to get the skills that they need, and then to be able to enter into the job market armed in the proper way. So thank you for being here this morning and sharing that with us. And indeed, we wish you all the best going into the future.
Yeah.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
We'll take a break and look at traffic and weather, and we'll be back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Judiciary is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Judiciary combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
The weather with Spice FM.
All right, quick look at weather this morning. 17 and cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23, highs of 22 in a cloudy Nakuru, and highs of 22 in a sunny Nyeri. Eldoret, rain showers continue. We'll see highs of 22, and it's going to be sunny in Mombasa through Thursday with highs of 33. Sunny conditions in Malindi, going to highs of 31. Kisumu is cloudy at 21 with highs of 27, while Kakamega at 20 is cloudy with highs of 27. It's sunny in Kampala at 22, and we'll see highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 27, going to highs of 33. Sunny at 19 in Johannesburg with highs of 30. While Mogadishu at 28 is sunny, we'll see highs of 31. 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22. While Lagos is cloudy at 26, we'll see highs of 33. It's raining heavily in Kinshasa, going to highs of 33 and lows of 23. -2 will be the high in a partly sunny Beijing. 6 degrees and cloudy in Paris, and 5 degrees and cloudy in London. New York at -1 is clear, going to highs of 2 and lows of -1.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Some traffic on the Eastern Bypass this morning. Just a little bit of that still left as you're trying to approach North Airport Road. North Airport Road itself has some traffic going towards the Cabanas interchange. That's pretty busy. And also on Outer Ring, we're seeing some traffic here as well. On the Thika Superhighway, just that little bit left as you go towards the Pangani Underpass. You'll get into the city A-OK. I think we're seeing the last of traffic coming off of Limuru Road as well as the Spring Valley area. And so it's just one to watch as we get through traffic hour this morning. Through it, talk to us, Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
It's 25 minutes to 10 o'clock. I'm laughing because of CT. What do you mean? All right. See, sometimes he doesn't have to say too much.
You know, CT is actually going for a beauty regimen. I'm going to see him on Monday. He shall be glowing after his
facial and pedicure and those things.
The two of you, you do know that you also have faces that can go for facial. so this focusing on my face, mtawacha.
Okay, so
the example.
It was nice though, I must admit. Okay, so you know what? First of all, we looked at this. Let's into the final conversation that we're having this hour as we get towards the top. Is we looked at it like it was no big deal. And we just went through that headline. But hang on a minute, what exactly is going on? And you might wonder what I'm talking about. The scandal of doctored census data. Yes. Now, let's start from this point before we actually look at the scandal. The thought or the imagination is that whatever sector it is that you are in, health, government, education, take your pick. The thought is that usually you make decisions. That's why they're called, that you make decisions based on information. That's why they're called informed decisions. You don't just wake up one morning and say, well, how about we do this? Well, okay, in some cases people do, but hey, it is prescriptive that you should make decisions based on information and data that you've been able to collect. And that's why you have entire data collecting organizations who then give you this thing. And in Kenya, I believe it's called the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Yes. They exist for this. They collect all this and then they come and say, here. And so then you say, based on this, we can help. And that's why you have a data collecting activity such as a census. It happens every 10 years in Kenya. Abi? Yes. You collect.
It does.
Right. So you would imagine that almost every decision that you make as pertains to counties, you make the decision based on information that you've received by the agencies that you've given the mandate to collect on your behalf as government, right? Okay. That's the foundation for this. So when you read a headline, that says there's a scandal of doctored census data, and the subhead goes on to tell you that for the past 5 years, Kenya has been making financial and policy decisions for 3 counties, Garissa, Mandera, Wajir, based on false data. Then you say, okay, how? The High Court has now cancelled the 2019 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics census results in the 3 northeastern counties, citing significant irregularities, and ordered a recount within a year, well ahead of the 2027 polls. You already start to ask yourself, okay, hang on a minute, why these 3 counties? Why only them? Is it possible that there are other counties in the country that could have these anomalies? The High Court Tuesday said for these 3 counties, there are significant irregularities that have been cited. Justice John Onyego, sitting in Garissa, ruled that KNBS failed to uphold fundamental data integrity standards, leading to inaccurate population figures. The published results in Volume 1 of the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census is in respect to the mentioned areas are hereby cancelled. The affected sub-counties include Mandera North, Mandera West, Banisa, Lafe, Mandera East, Mandera South, Eldas, Tarbaj, Wajir West, Wajir East, Wajir North, Balambala, Lagdera, Dadaab, and Garissa Township. Okay? The cancellation is a big win to Northeastern leaders, led by then Garissa Senator Yusuf Haji, who died in 2021, and former Mandera Governor Ali Roba, now Senator, who sued KNBS, the National Treasury Commission on Revenue Allocation, and the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, arguing that the 2019 census results did not reflect actual population figures. Justice Onyego ordered a fresh mini population census. Why do I keep saying sentence? In these areas within a year, meaning KNBS must complete the exercise by January 28, 2026, with taxpayers once again footing the bill. In the 2019 exercise that cost the taxpayer 18.5 billion shillings, KNBS hired approximately 165,000 enumerators and put in place elaborate infrastructure, but the court found that the heavy investment did not amount to anything tangible in the 3 counties. I'm looking for these anomalies that he's talking about in terms of what actually went wrong. They say that the results were not verified through scrutiny. The only viable option was to quash them. He emphasized that the affected communities had a legitimate expectation to have their population properly recorded. One of the big ticket items here is that there are more than the numbers that have actually been allocated to them in the record.
You would be surprised, Ndu,
yes,
that by coincidence, I am intimately aware. I know this to be true.
You know this to be true?
Yes.
That the numbers recorded are less than the actual population on ground?
No, that the numbers. Okay, let's look at this. Kenya population census. Okay, I am on page 7 of the Nation. Okay, now, interestingly enough, or serendipitously, it depends on how you think, and I don't believe in coincidences. If you look to the left of that page, it says new constituencies in time for polls unlikely. Then on the next page, it says big win for Northeastern as court orders fresh census in 3 counties. Now, what is useful and what I want you to observe, okay, is their population. Those 3 counties in total was 38,610,000 in 2009. Between 2009 and 2019, they became 47,564,296, meaning they had about an extra 10 million people appear
in a space of 10 years.
In 10 years.
No. The total Kenya population is what in 2019 was 47 million. Total Kenya population.
Sorry, I'm misreading.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So if you look at the numbers again, so 661,941, 781, right? 1,025,867, 527,841 in 10 years. Look at households. 88,000 households, 126,000 households. A household means father, mother, children.
Yes.
Increased from 88,000 to 126,000. Okay? Then 125,407 households. Then suddenly it's 123,879.
And then
after 10 years.
Okay, I have to ask you a question.
Yes.
Because what on earth happened in Mandera? Because in 2009, the total population in Mandera was 1,025,756.
Yes.
Then by some miracle, in 2019, 10 years later, the population of Mandera was 867,457. What happened to over 300,000 people? Where did they go? Did we see deaths?
I'm headed somewhere. Look at the last column in terms of number of households.
Okay, number of households.
Keyword. A household typically exists until both parents die and all children go.
So what we are seeing here is that there were 125,497 households in Mandera in 2009.
Yes.
In 2019, the households have reduced to 123,879.
Exactly.
So we're looking at a lower number by almost 3,000 households.
But in Garissa, there were 98,590. Then in 10 years, there were 138,266.
It's not possible. You know why? Can I tell you why?
Yes.
Because the population only grew by 300,000.
Yes.
So how is it possible that population has grown only by 300,000, yet the households have grown by almost double?
Yes. And you see, when a household grows, those are babies. You understand? So if you look...
No. Just pause. It could mean more wives.
It's possible.
And then more children.
But remember, when we're talking about households, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about units.
Households.
Yes, and I am bringing in the discussion of unit here. You are assuming father, mother, children. I am saying father, wives, children.
That's not how households are counted.
According to KNBS, the average when they take and say a household includes father, mother, and they've taken into consideration 3 children, according to KNBS.
Yes.
And then that is faulty.
No. So let me take you through this. This data, from the time 2019 it was collected, there was a problem with these 3 counties. That is why in the beginning...
What problem is this?
I'm getting to it. That's why in the beginning, I told you, even before you read it, we know which ones. There has been a conversation in politics, and we keep forgetting. 1 man, 1 vote, or 1 man, 1 kilometer. Right? This situation started, if you remember, politicians talking about how resources are distributed to counties, taking populations into consideration. Okay? Then what happened, because it is also a political matter and it is also about resources, the way the census was held in these 3 counties was, 1, influenced by the cross-border movement of relatives. Okay? Number 2, the political weight shifting towards getting this particular region political significance. Okay? This is why, and now this is what you can hear people speaking through the grapevine, that there has been an issue where we are saying it should be easier to get Kenyan IDs. Okay? So all of these things surround the issue, one, of resource distribution and the political shifts concerning numbers. And that is why I find it very interesting that the issue of constituencies and the issues of the data lie side by side on the paper.
But why?
I don't want to spell it.
No, I want you to,
This matter went to court, did it not?
Yes.
Yes, and the judge said...
So what exactly went to court?
The governor who now is senator, at the time, who now is senator, the former senator who, passed on, went to court, and they took the KNBS, the National Treasury, and as well as the Commission on Revenue Allocation, as well as the IEBC, arguing that the census results did not reflect actual population figures. They are the ones who went to court. This case has been ongoing, and now this judgment or this ruling was given just 2 days ago. Do you see?
And you see, you must ask yourself, why did they ask? The subject matter says that the government has been making decisions based on false data. So it means either of two things. That in a country such as Mandera, right, if their population is more, then they're getting less resources per person than they would. Secondly, it also means that the amenities they're getting, the number of hospitals, schools, etc. that they need are disproportionate. So why this is, one definition of politics is the ability to distribute resources according to interests and where people are. So this is both a political and economical issue, especially for the North.
This is a Pandora's box that has been opened.
Yes.
Because this story is going to take us back to 1999.
Yeah.
Because in 1999, the census results were never released.
Yes.
Why? What is it about those results that was considered to be unreleasable or unpalatable? What is it? Now, 10 years down the line, are we saying that whatever it is that was the reason for it not being released had been rectified? And if so, that rectification, what on earth was it? Then we get to 2019. Are we saying that we now have a situation where we have reason to doubt our census results? And if we are focusing on the northeastern countries, why don't we just actually look at the whole country? Okay? Raise the question for the whole country and say, when we count this country, do we really have the actual numbers of the people who are citizens of this country? Yeah. And this matter of household, one wife, one husband, 3 children. That's a household. So when you find a wife, husband, more than 3 children, what's that?
But how do you make because look, this anomaly is glaring. If we're just going to look at Mandera, for example, because if I take on average that a household unit comprises of 5 people, 5 humans, right? And if you say that the households, for example, have grown by 2,000 households, that's easily 1 million people. But you've said that the population, which counts individuals, has reduced by almost 300,000. How is that possible?
You see, the thing about Kenya, when things go wrong, it is not a lack of expertise. Okay? Things go wrong in Kenya because of things called interests. Interests. It is those interests that are at play here. Because you cannot take the argument, to say that the place is far-flung and arid, because Turkana is not affected. It's right next door, right? So the political...
Samburu is next door.
Yes. It is...
Marsabit is next door.
Yes. So you must really go back and think. And in fact, before this, I don't know whether you remember, this census data was delayed. You remember?
When you use the word delayed with something this sensitive, you have to go to election results which have been delayed in the past.
Yes.
And the implications around it.
Yes. So it was delayed because the Bureau of Statistics itself knew that there's something that does not add up. Because when you look at statistics, as you may remember from high school, when you look at statistics tend to follow a trend, right? And it is literally predictable for you to sit down based on the information you have and predict and say there'll be this number of people by time XYZ. In this country, we also have a registrar of births and deaths.
It's called forecasting.
Yes.
You look and you say, and that it's part of planning.
Yes.
If this is where we are now, we expect that by this period of time, this is what will be.
In fact,
so we plan accordingly.
The mathematical term is called extrapolation. It has a formula, it works, and it has stood the test of time. So when you feed this data into the system itself, which is supposed to guide you in terms of what is supposed to happen, tells you that there is an error. This is why the judge was able to definitively say that these numbers cannot be true.
How it affects then, because people are going to say, okay, so what's the big deal? You put in the wrong number, and okay, so maybe there was a clerical issue, maybe somebody made a mistake. Okay, how does it affect actual goings on at the county level? How does it affect? Remember this whole hullabaloo about one man, one shilling,
one
and
vote.
that is how we look.
Yeah.
Did you say one good? And that is how we look then at how then money is allocated at the county level. It's a big deal.
Yes.
Because folks have been saying, well, excuse me, you may have land mass, but we have more people, so we should get more money.
Yes.
And so now, if you look at the numbers, and then people are going to then base the revenue that you're going to get off of the numbers that you have, and you actually have more people, then of course it's going to get your knickers in more than a bunch, because they've counted wrong, and they've been depending on that data to be able to make decisions into the future.
This matter of resource allocation, with regard specific to the county, the people who did the thingamajig to figure out what
the
sort of formula you use, blah, 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 algorithm, blah, 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 they did a splendid job, actually. A lot of thought went into this. And to understand it, you need to understand one terminology in that whole equation. It was called the equalization fund. Bit of a problem, because actualizing the equalization fund has been a story after another, meaning it was understood that from the dawn of independence, there were certain regions of this country that were marginalized.
Yeah.
I'm not getting political on this one to decide to even state that they were deliberately marginalized. I'm just saying the end result, they were marginalized and they needed to be given an opportunity to catch up. Okay? Resources that many parts of this country took for granted, you could not even think of. That is why the road network to some of these areas became such a big celebratory issue that, and I have traveled on some of those roads, believe me, it makes a huge difference. It makes a massive difference. However, when it comes to deciding that you want to count people and you want to count households, and that formula that you stated is the one, does it represent the reality of households in our country?
It does not.
Well,
because look, I understand what CT is saying, because depending on where you go in the country, you can talk about it being I'm looking again at those KNBS statistics, you can talk about it being a father, mother and 3 children. There's some parts of the country where it's a father, mother and 12 children, and that is the standard practice.
So let me again give you perspective, right? So when you're doing a census, you need a definition that meets averages, right?
Which averages are these, Mark?
Okay, so hear me out. When you start rolling out statistics, right, you need a basic definition that can be used as a mean.
Yes, and what do you base it on?
Again, the Bureau of Statistics does not just do statistics on 2019.
I am talking to you as somebody who understands statistics more than I. So I want to understand They're basing it on something. This something, what is it?
They're basing it on the fact that on birth rates, marriage rates, and all of those things. So then you come up with that definition that roughly covers most of the country. That definition is not mathematically accurate to everything. So for example, if you say the average size or height of a Kenyan is 5'4", right? And there are many who are 6 feet, whatever. That average, when you're using, is what you use to predict where you're going. So it is not, it is a definition to help in statistics. It is not the exact count, because even a household with 12 will be counted as one household. When you have multiple wives, each wife is counted as a household, right?
Each wife and her
children.
Okay, if she has them.
Yes. In fact, if they come to your house and you are a widower or a widow, you and your children is a household. You see, so the definition, it's not a static definition. It is a simplistic definition, so that now you're able to explain the data. But the problem is that this, what you see here, is not a clerical error. If you look at it, you can see clear human intervention.
Deliberately?
Yes, it's
to what
deliberate.
end? To what end?
Again, it's about resources and it's about votes.
Okay. So why now suddenly would there be the agreement to sort it out before an election?
Well, it is quite interesting, isn't it?
It is.
That first, IEBC has not done constituency delimitation, right? Now, let me tell you something about politics, and I've worked many years in politics. Politicians like to have the same voters vote for them as voted for them last time. Okay? Politicians don't like new voters. It is new work, new introduction, new etc.
Which means they don't like new constituencies. Or new wards.
Yes. Or new wards or new boundaries. They don't like it. They like status quo. I won because I know village X, I know this. So you know the lay of the land.
That my supporters are, if I may use a Kenyan term, are majorly found. That's Kenyanese, not even English.
Yeah.
Majorly found in this area.
Yes.
If you change boundaries, you may take some of those supporters to somebody else.
Yes. So it's about resources and votes.
You know, I still don't understand, because what I don't understand is this. It is being said that the court ruling is of advantage to the counties that have been mentioned.
Yes, that's what it said.
How is it?
So because of the allocation aspect of it. Because allocation is done based on the numbers that you give. This is what I was talking about at the very beginning, that you make decisions based on information and data that you have.
Yeah.
So you make monetary decisions, you make fiscal decisions, you make infrastructure decisions, all of that based on that. So if the numbers were less for whatever reason, and now you've seen that there are more, that helps for you to say that there can be more in terms of resource allocation.
Let's discuss this thing in great detail tomorrow.
It's absolutely necessary that we do.
Making sense to me.
Thanks for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and we continue these conversations every day. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6 a.m. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. 30-year-old man and his 20-year-old girlfriend